I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Moravia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you ain't know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Every ink man, congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, somebody. Spoon TV. Yes, somebody. Spoon TV. Spoon Spoon entertainment.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right at the South End. On the
spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be done. Spoon television. Spoon. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Moravia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you ain't know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Every ink man, congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? It's not about it. It's not about it.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right at the south.
I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Moravia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you just spoon, you ain't know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening more often to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Every Ikeban, regular, my brother to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a nose up there, to spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? It's not about it. It's not about it.
Virtual DJ.
Yes, I. A special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Moravia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you just spoon, you ain't know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Morocco, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat kebab, congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a nose up there, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? It's got you back to Spoon TV. It's got you back to Spoon TV. Spoon Balabadibadiba. Spoon Kidibidabado. Spoon entertainment. Go to there. Go to there. On the spoon to be inspired. Make sure. On the spoon to be inspired.
Yes, I. A special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right in the South. On the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of action. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Moravia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa.
And this Spoon is going to tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon will tell you what is happening in Africa.
You want to get a news update?
Spoon will give you all of the updates, the views, the analysis, bringing you up to speed with the happenings across the country every single day. Right here on the program Spoon Talk.
You want to know what happened?
I'd like to welcome all of you to this edition of the program. This is Liberia's premier talk show on radio and online. This is, of course, where you get the updates, the views, the analysis, everything in one full package right here every single day. So my name is Nelson Cllr. Spoon Talk is back on the radio. We're live on Spoon 107.5 FM, Fabric Radio 101.1, Super 95.5, and also across the country on several other frequencies thanks to our partner radio stations, thanks to the Voice of Liberia 104.1, and also thanks to a host of other radio stations that will always relay Spoon Talk even without telling us. My name is Nelson Cllr. We are live as well across social media. We're on Facebook, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, Super TV. We are also on YouTube, and our YouTube is Spoon Talk Live. Abel Small, thanks for joining us. See, a lot of you have already started engaging in the comment section. Christina, GC, Masakwe, Jerun Tia, thanks for joining us tonight. We ask you to kindly share the program as you come on. It doesn't matter where you're joining us from. Share the show across your social media handles, in your chat rooms. And let's have a great conversation tonight on this edition of Spoon Talk. Damawa College is here tonight. I see Marcos Wondi is joining us. Thank you for coming on. Steven Kabai is here. Austin Jacko is following from Johnsonville. Mason Dolly and the rest of you joining us. I want to appreciate you for coming on tonight. This is Spoon Talk. My name is Nelson Cllr. We'll go to the phone lines as we always do for the first segment of Spoon Talk. Let's hear you. Let's hear your views, your take on the trending national issues in the country. The What's on Your Mind segment is a time when you get to express yourselves on the different issues that matters the most to the national discourse. So the numbers to call tonight, 0555-101075, 0555-101075 is the number to call tonight, and you'll be live on this edition of Spoon Talk. So we'll go to the phone lines and start by talking to this person here. Hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
My own name is Marcos. Next of you one day. I do join you from Cllr resident.
Okay, let's hear you. What's on your mind?
So my attention has been drawn to this demo that we have in the country that has to do with that Chinese stuff. I see most of my children, most of the kids of my brother playing today. I think there's my share of posts calling on this network to let the public know that we need the record authority that are responsible for gambling in this country to do all well. Because we cannot be fighting to take children from the street, then we see something that putting our kids in the street every day. My brother, if you check in one of the various shops and entertainment center in Labrador today, you will see children in at the age range of maybe 12, 13, 14, 15. You see them playing a very gamble. And you know, how you can start at the end of the day, see them becoming Zoko and other things in the community. So I'm asking the record authority to please try to put in a measure that will stop us, or I call it honor children playing the gamble. It's very harming. It's harming to our kids. We are saying it today. It's a very troublesome thing. Thank you.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, this is visually impaired political Ama joining from Radio Free. Ama. Yeah, also my mind to now, I'm talking to the government, Ministry of Justice. Or all the cabinet running around with yellow machine, all that in there. Same with August 10 of court as well. Up to now, our money get our pay can come. The dating they get for all it can come as going to 7 months. We ask them let it make sure they get our money, we take it there. At least they take it pay every month. Our own, like that one time it coming more than 7 months, 7 August, to February, when February, coming me or 7 months, I get our money to taking the draw manager when you destiny. You have to try yourself money to go now. Crying now, the people just be off on a particular money business now, taking yourself money. Okay.
Good evening. Next thing is Oscar Ziegler calling from Compassion River County. Next thing, what my man have to do with Unity Party and CDC, that of CDC. Next thing, we have almost on some more political party in this country. But every day and night, when you look at social media, you listen to radio, the CDC and Unity Party attacking one another. Next thing, when you have a woman and you say the woman is ugly to you and you go and marry another woman, the first thing you will do, you'll forget about the old woman and focus to the new wife. We are all the time, United Party that in power, we Liberian CDC will not doing nothing with the CDC on power. Every day and night, when they come, the officials of government are in United Party attacking CDC on a daily basis. And everything they do, they always condemn CDC. They will not help this country. Let United Party focus on development or developing this country and focus on the leadership of what they do for we the citizens. As I said, they couldn't rescue us. CDC is not in power again. What their focus is on CDC all the time, it will not help them with this country. So let them desist. Let them focus on the of this country, developing of this country, and focus how they get daily bread to win the Liberians. As they say, they'll get up bread and butter. Next thing, a group of them will be on 4 points. But the problem I hear is that CDC is not in power again. So Unity Party focus should not be on CDC. So are they saying that they are not able to get bread and butter as a so CDC will do better than them. Now what is on CDC for? It shows that CDC will do better than them. Because if the CDC will not do anything better, they will not be focused on CDC.
Thank you.
CDC are doing in government, they are doing better than the Unity Party.
Thank
they focus on CDC all the time.
Thank you for your input tonight. We appreciate you. Thanks for the feedback, Frank Barry and Anthony P.Y. Johnson. Thanks a lot for the feedback. I appreciate it. Keep the call coming. 0555-101075 is the number to call tonight, and you'll be live. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Hello, Nelson. My name is Blue J, and I'm joining you from Ria.
Blue J, let's hear you.
Yeah, Nelson. Actually, the yellow machine thing here, that's what my attention is drawn to. I think the yellow machine doesn't have a priority. The government doesn't have a priority with our limited budget that we have. I think the only objective of this yellow machine is to bring in enough yellow machine to break down our people horses. I think that is it. Because the yellow machine is not bringing in money into the cover, into the national cover. It's only taking out money. They're bringing up this yellow machine. Government will end up allocating budget from our tax resources, our tax budget, to finance this machine, because they'll be buying fuel, paying the people that what does the yellow machine bring on the table? That's the question. You see, government needs to be focusing on agriculture. Agriculture will bring dividend. They will bring.
So someone listening to the show now may be asking, if the government focuses on agriculture and there's no farm to market road, the country is inaccessible. How does agriculture yield the anticipated results?
So, Nelson, what you have to do is, when you get the crops there, when you start to cultivate, when you start to clear space and plant farm, before you move in, you don't build roads, you don't build road before people. When you build road, people will go for the crops.
No, listen now. No, you, my man, don't confuse it here. Don't confuse it.
Let me learn.
No, listen now. No, let me learn first. The question is, if there's no farm to market road and the government invests in agriculture, how does the agriculture, let's say the individuals involved with agricultural activity, take their crops to the market?
So your focus is only on crops. Your focus is only on potato, or only on potato export, but you are not looking at cocoa. You are not looking at coffee. You're looking at rubber. I'm saying The rubber buyers, they will go for rubber, they will go for cocoa, they make their own way. So you should focus on creating the farms first.
Okay.
Focus on the farms first before you bring in yellow machine. The yellow machine they bringing in now. Are you trying to tell us that the yellow machine will make them to build farms? Government is not even thinking about farms. They're not thinking about yellow machine.
All right.
So
Thank you.
What is the plan in the point which yellow machine is coming to beef up the farm? So the farm for the yellow machine farm. That's what we're saying. What is government doing for food security? What is government doing for plenty more cocoa and palm for Liberia to be, for Liberia to be strong when it comes to our economies, to bring more money in the government? This is not going to help us. They want to bring in the yellow machine here to break down our people's houses so that they can cry more. That's all.
Thank you for your input. We appreciate you. This person. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Let's hear you. Hello? Okay, we lost that person. Let's take this one. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Hello, you're live. Let's hear you. Too bad we lost that person. The line is terrible. Hello. Hello. Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, Nancy, I can hear you. I'm calling you from where, Lofa?
Oh, from Lofa County. Okay, it's good to hear you. Let's hear you.
Yeah, okay. Bro, Nancy, let me come this. For long, said this president make an appointment. I don't see no reason why they should appoint the transport minister, Cllr. You're not doing nothing. You're not even far for it. Okay, but let me tell you this. People are saying, listen to the story, you say that the road, this and that. Mind you, we in Lofa here, the oil county, we're jubilating for the road. It will have the road, we form ourselves in the agriculture. My brother will take care of the Liberian like before. Well, people are immoral, they don't want to do anything passing. Government don't want to employ. If the government cannot employ you, find me to employ yourself. Make yourself available as a Liberian. But don't go sick, embarrass the other people in the city. No job. The job is at the interior, but you refuse to go. Then suck your people to develop your own country, your own people. If I listen to Cllr Sunday, one to listen to it, they all kind of people call me. What is first qualified education you have achieved because you're in America? We graduated from Phoebe College. Without boast with all they found. But
okay.
You start delegating people and start talking all type of things. Mind you, look at what a friend just in there. Send this 1 year old man to become president. What the hell is that?
No. Listen, the What's on Your Mind segment of the show is intended for you, the viewers, the listeners, to share your thoughts on serious national issues. Forget about the personal issues, How does, somebody's personal issue improve the country? Let's focus on the real issues. Forget Uncle Sam Jackson, forget Akara's grave, forget all the people that you get problem with. Let's talk about the issues. Let the conversations be about the issues. All right? And I just hope we can make the most of the What's on Your Mind segment of the program. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Let's hear you. Yeah, good evening. It's good to have you on.
Good evening.
Good evening. You are live on the show. Let's hear you.
Hello?
I can hear you, sir. You are live.
Hello,
okay, sorry. I think you have an issue with your connection. Hello?
Good evening.
Okay, so let's take this person. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, hello. You're live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, this is Edward the Hoyishan again. I call for Central Virginia settlement.
What's on your mind?
Well, my brother, I call to clearly appeal to your conscience, man, so that you people will try to call this side insurance that is insuring the government teachers. I beg you, brother, because we are not about 80 or 90% of us are not benefiting from that side insurance, brother. People will cut our money every month. When you call for the insurance, to get the medical split to go, they will never give it. And the ugly part of the whole thing is that we have our medical card, then they will compare us to go for medical slip. Unlike the police, the way Gregory Cuomo did the police is so unique, brother. People only use a medical card to go to the hospital. But you got medical card, then you got to go pay money to the hospital. When you say, I get paid $70 for an eye job called top for the pressure at a new outside clinic, and they cutting $11 for my salary every month. Your please call you guys in big here.
Thank you. Thank you for your concern there. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah, good evening. My name is Imana Sano run it to the freeway.
Okay.
The yellow machine, because the yellow machine will not put us in hospital for us. This yellow machine will not put care for us. A lot of parents today sending their children to school, cutting the public going to school and getting half to the other one. This yellow machine will not pay tuition. This yellow machine will not provide for us in a sense that we who do business, the business is not going to us. So this machine not do nothing for only machine only for the people.
Okay.
Put in their pocket when they are some of them when they are here is hurting, they plan when they cannot. But we the common people will not have even by the price settlement for the car to go Ghana or country for women. So the yellow machine is just don't get him to support pregnant or with the common people that local business that we are doing will be able to be taking tax for screening or to pay for the yellow machine. So the yellow is useless.
Thank you.
Like people.
Thank you for your input tonight. We appreciate you. I see. Oh, okay. So let me do this. Okay, so I see the CEO has joined us. CEO, welcome.
Yeah. Bob, you trying to take a break?
I see you've joined us. So I thought to
you want me to go back? You want me to go in the back and come later?
Well, I want you to come home.
I came up too early, right?
No, not too early.
Yeah, I came up because you guys having a yellow machine day, right? Is that the yellow machine day and all the? Can you give us the speaker, deputy speaker, the speaker? They catch the speaker again here. Another woman situation again. The woman went in the man room. The man turned the light off. I don't know if I'm gonna play that video tonight. But they made this speaker and a reckless speaker. But let's move ahead. We talk about Yellow Machine Day. You guys have all day talking about Yellow Machine transfer to Carisburg, right? Is that Carisburg?
Yeah, Carisburg. Yeah.
Okay, so Yellow Machine won't finish now, right?
Yeah. Yellow Machine going home for now. The second batch.
Okay. So we'll wait for the second batch, right? And the third batch and the fourth batch.
Yeah, second and third. Yeah.
Okay. So then what next?
Next up, probably will be the opening of the roads. Opening of farm.
They don't say it's okay. They don't say it's okay to break the people's homes down. They don't say that. They don't say you was okay with Jada Jag. You say it's okay that they break the people's homes down. So how can the Musarado senator be celebrating the breaking down, the demolition of the people's homes? I mean, I'm surprised at DeLong. Why would they not even do that though? I mean, everything you were talking, we discussed that. We got a video. They don't say he happy that they're breaking the poor people home down. The people that voted for DeLong in Musarado, he said it's okay for them to break the people home down. DeLong, my friend, brother, but this is wrong. Then the next thing we talk about Emma Sweat. Emma Sweat said the allegation against LPRC that involved in corruption a lot, but hey, the document proves otherwise. Emma Sweat. I know we have the chairman Orisha Gould. The man said, I'm not calling Orisha and here Lafayette Gould because that other councillor will get on the show called Lafayette Gould that he Jion calls it. So the man get his name first, then the other man will change the man name. I will call the man Councillor Orisha Gould. I will call him Councillor Lafayette Gould, not Orisha Gould. Because he's the original Lafayette Gould. That other man I will show you won't change the man name. We'll deal with him according to the law. The law of the Gould family. TC Gould, Orisha Gould. Lafayette Gould, we deal with them according to the law. But let's share the show. Yeah,
the way you allow all the Goulds, you made it appear as if the Gould family is a legal family.
A legal family. They like travel too much. They like law. A legal family, Horatio Gould, Lafayette Gould, TC Gould, all the Goulds. I used to let TC Gould, right? You know, you see, TC Gould was handicapped. You know, he used to be limping a little bit, but he was so damn smart guy. Whenever I go to my papi Administrator of Justice, you know, when they were on Ashford Street, you see TC Gould in Arbor looking at that. He was a critical minister, critical lawyer, very, very strong lawyer. I used to admire him, to tell you the truth. I really do. You know, when young people come here, you want to imitate TC Gould, you want to be like him, right? Because you so the lawyer today, right? They can lie. The lawyer today, they lie too much.
Oh, yeah. You're against that lawyer?
No. You see, that's the reason why I came early. Jacob called me. Jacob, what's up? I mean, what you at? You run away from out yesterday, my man. On this show, I dealing with the lawyer and I let lying too much. I mean, what you at? All right, we bring it. We'll get plenty of time, my man. They don't say that. Okay, come on. We'll catch up with you. Come on. Everything, my man, waiting for you. Come on. So again, let me take this, right? The lawyer that we get today, they all come from the Louis Arthur Grant School of Law. I'm not the only law school in the country, right? Maybe. So all of them, right? They get the mindset, but the interpretation, they are so quite different. Most of the lawyers in Liberia can lie. Maybe 98% of them, they can lie. Seriously. The one thing about the fire situation, they all get their own interpretation. Ultravirus, they get their own interpretation. The issue about what just happened, Prophet Key and the Chief Justice, they're scared of the Chief Justice, all of them can talk. You know they're scared of the Chief Justice, right? They're behind the hall, they tell you that the Chief Justice is wrong. Then when they come up, they say, oh, the Chief Justice, you know, the man gets Article 17, Article 15. All of them, you can't trust them. These lawyers, most of them, I don't know what an original group part of it, but I say most of them, right? I listen, the man at the party chairman, I won't tell him, man. I want to talk when he leaves. I will talk behind his back. I will not talk in front of him, right? Yeah, you guys, let's share the show. But if you agree with me, though, if you're in Liberia lawyer, they can lie.
Oh.
I don't know what, nothing, let's face this. And this is the reason, you know, my father was a lawyer, right? And he was one of the magistrates at the city court in Monrovia, right? And listen, I say I'm going to be a lawyer, but I'm going to be a wicked lawyer. That's it. If I'm going to be a lawyer, I'm going to be a bad lawyer. Yeah. Because you know what? It's just sweet more in the money. Some person in Baga can say, the lawyer then I win. The person with the money wins. So probably he gave me the other day, right? But the lawyer, then you guys, yeah, seriously, guys, you know what I'm saying. You that have, listen, the golden rule is the man with the gold rule. You that have the gold, you rule. That's why in the court system in Liberia. Look at what just happened again. The fire case, that's it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. They're taking it from Monserrato, they're keeping it in the interior. Tolatina, Texas Sibo, Abu Kamara. They said they were going in the interior. They said they scared of the media people in Monserrato. What the media got to do with y'all? They scared of the media people in Monserrato. They posted they scared of me. They scared of spoon talk. I'm waiting. What I got to do? Y'all say y'all get geospatial. Y'all use your geospatial. You know what? They either go to Grand Bassa or they go to Grand Cape Man or go Magibi, one of the circuit court, right? These are the three main venues they are looking at. Or they will go to Nigeria and Guinea. Maybe they will go to Yamoussoukro and Abuja. But how you going to run away from Monserrato? You make in darkness, no LDC in other places. You leave it from Monserrato. The next man you start going all over the country. If the government have overwhelming evidence, then the government should do that thing like that. But the government have their own excuse. We'll talk about it, right? I'm concerned. I'm concerned. People celebrating yellow machine. That's a good thing. But seriously, man, wow. Then you go sit down, you go let Dillon say, okay, that they bring the people home. I want the people in Peace Island, the people from Hotel Africa, all those folks from 72nd, they don't say it's okay to break your home. We got it, they don't play, we play. You're here for yourself. I'm saying it. They're marching, somebody suing Martin Colley though. Who that person? I hear that they suing Martin Colley for label and lying. That's why they say label, they suing the man for lying. Leave that label thing. You know, they put fancy word into it, Nelson. Then they say they suing Martin Colley, our friend Martin Colley, they suing him. So ladies and gentlemen, we got this thing. The other thing, I told the beginning to put it, I don't know where you put it up. We got the other thing here, right? $5.1 million, another project, President Bwaga project. But let it be fair, we got to talk about everything today, right? All these people are doing project for the pape, all of them. Is that President Bwaga really telling them to do the project? I got to give the breaking news. The people say, oh, man, don't do it. If I don't do it now, they are fair though. My Liberian people, you know, some people say, stand over, why you would do it? Let be fair. Let be fair. My fellow Liberian. If you don't want me to do this, that means that I'm not fair. That's why the people respect her for Nelson. So I think you've been very dishonest, Nelson. Before we bring in Councilor Lafayette Gould Sr. on the show, or Rachel Gould, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why you do me like this, loving me like this, loving me like that. I'm grateful, grateful. That's what you're laughing for. You don't laugh. You don't singing for you.
No, that is tune. They tune out for fun.
I don't know why you do me like this, blessing me like this. You know, so people just feel like, what? Some people say, listen, but why God loves Stanton so much? Because I'm the apple of the Lord's eye. That's why he loves me so much. You got to possess your possession. We come here every day to talk to the Liberian people. Fellas, share the show. Daniel Benel share the show. They call it Michael Benson share the show. And everybody going to share the show. I'm looking for this thing. I won't put this here because this is a very important conversation today. Very important. Oh, Nancy, can you see me?
Yeah, I can see you.
Oh, it looks like somebody trying to temper with our stuff with Nancy. I just went off.
No, I think
not because
it's a network. I think it's a network.
But are you seeing me? Are you seeing me?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, just my man, don't do that network thing. We're baking you. We baking you, please. The Liberian people. I told people to be very careful with you.
Our network
your network in Liberia better than my network.
Yeah. But see, you know, we're running 5G. We're not running 4G again.
We are on 17G. You talking about 5G? Why gotta be in this up? That's why gotta be in this up. We are on 17G. They talking about 5G.
You know, it's been over 4 months now. Our internet can crack it. Since I thought your internet company.
You tell ticket will take Starlink from you. Oh, the message I shouldn't call a new one. I call a man new. Hey. I mean, you see how bad you are. The message I'm not calling name, maybe I call a man name. All right, that mistake, my people. I will not call a man name this time. That's a very, very bad again. I try to know how the thing name you say. So I won't put this up before we bring in Councilor Gould, right? Councilor Gould, the chairman for ANC, he coming on tonight. All the ANC people will be coming on Nelson because the chairman coming on tonight. Yeah. And I'm surprised that even how you call him, Emmanuel's supposed to be here early, Nelson. I'm surprised that he's not. Yeah, I'm surprised that he's not. I don't know why he's not. But all the ANC people are about to come and join us because this is a big one. The party chairman, they call him a racial councilor, racial. But you know what? I'm going to start the show with him. Let me just put this up. President Bwaga got it. Joseph Yima Bwaga Senior, Regional University of Science and Technology. Liberian people, I want you to see this. I want to put this up, Nelson. You know how much money going behind this other project? Yeah. Yeah. You know, somebody says, "Stella, don't put it up." If I put it up, that means I'm not sincere to the Liberian people. I gotta put it up. This is breaking news. I gotta put it up. I just want to know. Well, maybe the government announced the other project though. Is it project undercover? Is this undercover project, Nelson? Nelson?
I don't think so.
I want us to just. I got plenty of news today, Nelson. I got plenty of news. Plenty news. Plenty news. Nelson, if you touch the Nelson, I'm watching you. I'm watching you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's keep an eye on Nelson. I'm watching him. I'm watching him. Okay, on a serious note, this is it, right? I want to ask a question here. Take a look. Jose Yima Barker Senior, Regional University of Science and Technology, JNB Rust, RUST. Take a look. This is a breaking news. You know how much money going behind this project? Where is this project? Can the government explain to us now this other project? I want you to take a look. We're discussing, right? Can anybody tell us whether they heard about this project before? I'm going to put 3 major projects, including my Katuma owner project she's undertaking. I'll put it up tonight. The amount of money that's going behind the other project, I don't know. You know, those of you that join us every day, it's sometimes hard to explain. Then I'm going to put the document we have for Amos 12. Amos 12 said they didn't steal money over there, but the document proves otherwise. The document saying something else. Amos 12 document saying something else. So I'm concerned that are we done now? Are we done with corruption in the country, or are we just starting the fight against corruption? And you know who doing that project though? Joe Mobile. Joe Mobile, the country has alleged you have over all of the project in combination is almost $200 million. As alleged. Monsieur Group, Joe Mobile. So we're going to be having some serious conversation tonight. Whether we are rescuing or we are just stealing from the people. So I want to invite all of you. I want to invite all of you. This is some serious discussion coming up. We're going to start the show with Councillor Lafayette Horatio Gould, Chairman ANC, and the rest of the guys will join. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a lot to talk about today. What's your take that they don't say that the people, it's okay to bring their property, their homes down? Amos West had a press conference 2 days ago. What's your take? Amos West said that allegations, they are not true, but the paper we have proved that Amos West and LPRC management, the allegation that they are stealing money, I mean, it's serious. Martin Colley, there's a lady at the university suing Martin Colley. Welcome to Spoon Talk. Sit back and relax as we bring in Councillor Gould, the Chairman ANC. I came early on the show because of you, Councillor Gould. Welcome to the show. Lafayette Horatio Gould. Welcome.
Thank you, Stanton. Thank you so much, and good evening, Liberia, and good afternoon to most of the audience in other parts of the world.
It's good to see you all. Thank you for joining us. Every time we call you, you make yourself available. We do appreciate you, and we say greetings to you, to your family. I love to talk about the baby. How old is the child now? How old?
6 months.
Well, outside was correct though. I said 6 months. So yeah, I'm counting it. I'm counting it. 6 months. I know you don't sleep though. You barely sleep in the day, in the night. You're starting all over again. They got to start out over again.
After a while, I got a few kids, so you know, but it's been a long gap. So it's been a long gap.
How do you feel starting all over again?
Well, I think it's part of life. You know, every time you have an opportunity to start again, it's the beauty of life. You know, there are others who would love to have children and don't have it. So you know, I take it as a blessing. I mean,
Is that a boy? That's a boy, right?
it's a girl.
A girl.
Maybe
What's her name?
the next one will be a boy.
Are you say going?
Well, Santa, a man with energy, you never know what God will bring, you know, you never know.
I mean, there's a reason why sometimes you stop.
Let's just play it by ear. Whatever happens, we'll take it. Huh?
But what's her name, though?
So her name is a combination of a lot of stuff, but the name is La Magula Iliana Gould. Of course, she got Baza's name between.
Yeah, Idana. But what you give
Indiana.
Indiana.
God has answered.
Why that first name of such a hard name, La Magula? And before she stopped pronouncing her own name, then I mean, well, you get that hard name, my man.
It's a combination of names, my man.
Your name,
my name, mother's name, and you know something else. It got real meaning. Though. We'll talk about it another time.
Okay, super. Congratulations to you. And I can tell you though, if you follow the mind, you bring a boy, you bring another sister, you bring another brother.
Yeah. I gotta be careful before the food I pick on me. Yeah, I gotta be careful.
But it's good to see you. Welcome to the show. It's all good. It's in good faith. We welcome you. We got a lot to talk about. You can hang with us and be part of the show, or we can just talk about what you came for. And then if you want to leave, that's it. It's always good to have you. How's ANC? That's the party. You are the party chairman. How's the party doing so far?
Well, look, we're gearing up. We have positioned ourselves in the minds of Liberians as the alternative. This is clearly the third lane agenda that we are now proffering. Liberians have had the taste of the Unity Party, the CDC, and it's now time that they shift away from these people, because we just need to try something new, get out of the box, and be creative a little bit more. So this is what we are all about this election period coming up. So we've done some post-mortem. We'll learn our lessons. We'll note them. We're now gearing up to raise some funds in that regard. We're getting ready to. I tell you now, we have our campaign plan taken care of. We identify areas that we can get a vote to take us to victory. We got our pathway to victory laid out. It's not an ambitious plan, very doable, and so we're going to follow it and tap into it and be a viable political party, because it would be the best thing that will happen to Liberia. Let's face it, our country has always been unfortunate to have bad leaders, and sometimes I wonder why we need a prayer for this country. We always attract this bad leadership in this country, and oftentimes we have people with capabilities to transform the country on the ballots, but Liberians somehow would just, not take what is right for them. So we need to pray for our country.
So I mean, good way to start a conversation, but what's the next step here? You lay out your plans in Liberia, outside of Liberia. Spoon did a quick snap poll. And surprisingly, Mr. Combs came third with 17%. That was a huge surprise. People ask why not? To me, it was a huge. Mr. Combs 2017, 7%, 2023, 1.61%. And this not poll, straw poll, 17%. It was a surprise to me. We had in that race, we have Musa Berete, who is working excessively We have Clarence Monoba, we have Mr. Cummings, you have George Manawia, and the ruling party, Jose Yamabwaka. But for Mr. Cummings to come third with 17%, both home and abroad combined, to me, I was surprised.
So let me tell you why I was not surprised. We're on the ground, irrespective of the numbers that were assigned to us in the last elections. We can talk about that another time. But the fact of the matter, in the minds of Liberians, Cummings was trending third in the minds of Liberians. We ran our own polls. ANC is a very scientific political institution. So we ran our own polls and we knew how we were trending, and the goal was to just make the runoff, because once we made the runoff, it will become difficult for any of those contenders, because we have the true change agenda. And so that's why we were doing some things, but they didn't buy it at that time. So we're not surprised. We're beginning to shift up the strategy, be a little more vocal with our operations. We're using some political stealthness here, where we will be political, but we will deal with it in a way not so noisy. And before you know it, we will get to the areas that we need to get to. And what we're trying to first do is to capture the hearts and minds of Liberians. Many of the people that are elected in this country don't really do much. I mean, you can list them. President Boyka, for example, the people around him did everything. He didn't do anything. He just, sat there. He would go one or two places, but the people were doing everything. All of the folks around him were doing all of the things. Anything you said about President Boyka, they will give the defense and so forth. So he was very for him and got him elected. Former President George Weah didn't do much as well to get elected. I mean, most of the people who have gotten elected really don't do much. We have been working time and time and time again, but the Liberian people psyche is not programmed that way. So you have to understand the psyche to be able to tap into it, and so you have the political dividends. And that's what we are now on to. We believe that we will be extremely formidable in 2029. So we have all kinds of scenarios that we are laid out, and we're prepared to deal with them when they come out.
So let's understand ourselves, though. Now you're saying that, you talk about true change. True change. So people must first believe in Mr. Cummings. The people themselves should understand that Mr. Cummings is our true change agent. And I think your silent message is resonating. To come up to 17 from 1.61, and I would say, whether the result of 2023 was a unique one, I'm not going to argue that, because then one may ask you who you blame for such a result. You cannot blame Unity Party if that's your argument, like Emmanuel George on the show always make. Do you blame CDC? The CDC caught into your result? Did somebody manipulated the result?
No, those results do not represent the true aspirations of the Liberian people. They were never reflective of what actually happened. They were results assigned to us for political purposes.
By whom? Who assigned the result to you?
Whomever controlled the elections at the time. Listen.
We gotta be fact here, Councilor. Who controlled the election at the time? The NDC was under George Manawia. The National Security under George Manawia. All the magistrates in and outside of Mosserado County, they ran the election. Are you blaming the CDC George Manawia government for your 1%?
So listen to this though, and I will come to the question. There's nothing about dodging anything here. Obviously, you know that the elections process, the authority was under the past administration. There is nowhere where you will see a ghost candidate that will come to surpass Cummings. It was not reflective. In fact, all Liberians were surprised. How can you have someone perhaps who campaign in one district will come third, and somebody that has been on the ground with name recognition participated in. That is not the true reflection of what the Liberian people went to the ballots to do. There were places that we know. That's why we made a request. And we're not going to be a sole loser here to be crying. That's spilled milk. But there were places where several of the partisans went to cast their ballots and no votes came up for the ANC. That's crazy. But again, when you talk about this, they say, oh, you don't want to be a good loser, you're so loser, and you got no proof. There's some things that are just so obvious. Those numbers were assigned to us because if you had kept us in there, by now we will be the lead.
You cannot, Councillor,
yeah.
you should have some evidence, have some proof. As a councillor, your insinuation will fall flat, and you know that, because you know that for seriously that these allegations would not hold water. You got nothing. You got anything to prove that somebody just handed you 1.1%, 1.161%? You have
thank you, Stanton. That is why, following the elections, we wrote a letter to the National Elections Commission for examination. We wanted to conduct a forensic examination of the ballot papers, for example, and to look at the processes. To date, no one has replied that letter. And we know why. Because, look, we had the same scenario with Mr. Cummings undergoing trump-up charges at the courts. And when the Tony Blair's wife's firm got involved and made a determination that there was no fingering and forging of the documents, the government abandoned the case because they knew those people were credible. Now, those are all spilled milk. We learn from it.
Let me ask a question, and I don't want us to waste time on this spilled milk. And you're right, guys. Welcome to the show. We have Councillor Gould, Councillor Lafia Orisha Gould, on the ANC chairman. If you're just joining us by way of the radio, Voice of Liberia, Super FM, Spoon FM, Fabric FM, on our social media and YouTube, you can find us. Want to say share the show. We're going to get deeper into AMC, the any chances AMC have for 2029. We want to get into the mindset, how they're going to make this better.
By the way.
We want to say it will be only important to know that we will actually have questions, and we hope the ANC chairman, Councillor Gould, will address our question. Welcome to the show, Kev Hassan. It's good to have you. On our schedule today, we will talk about Delon and the demolition of homes in Moserado. We'll talk about Emma Sweat allegations that you say is false. We have documents to show that these allegations have some bearings. Yes, that LPRC, they are embezzling, they are stealing, they are corrupt. These are allegations that we'll speak to. We want to also talk about the Martin Cllr lawsuit. We'll be calling Martin Cllr to address this as well. Yellow Machine again, whatever the case may be. But the biggest story here, though, the oil set, right? The fire situation, they are taking the oil out of Monrovia, Moserado. Probably will be in Magibi, Grand Basso, and Grand Cape. But what the government afraid of? The next place we're hearing that they will go to Nigeria. Because you cannot say you will take the case outside of Moserado and there will be no coverage. So the government saying, well, they will go in the dark part of the country. I don't know, but we'll discuss it. And we hope to have someone from the Fuanati camp to speak to us. Welcome to the show, Councillor Gould. Let's talk about ANC. It's good to have you, Councillor. And finally, we'll just squeeze this in because I hope that Jeremy Pierre can address this. 3 projects, major projects, total sum, if you add them, around $15 to $20 million. One of the projects is a project at the University, the Technical University, in the name of Jose Yemabwaka. We put this up. There you have it, the Jose Yemabwaka Senior Regional University of Science and Technology. This project amount is $5.1 million, $5.1 million project. We have the document. The next project is the project in the name of the First Lady, Katuma Bwaka, again. And another mysterious project that coming up. We have the document. I hope the government can just disclose all these projects in the sum of a little around $20 million. And all the projects are awarded to one person. The allegation that this project, they were awarded to Joe Moba from the Mosion Group. The total amount of project awarded to him is almost around $200 million from the beginning to end. It is so interesting that the nephew of Joseph Imam Boyka will be taking home that amount for all of the governmental project. And understand, as we were told, as alleged, he is the infrastructure advisor to the president. They design the project, they make the recommendation, and he take the project. So, ladies and gentlemen, it will be a very, very interesting show today. But let's talk about ANC. Councillor,
yes,
I will say this to you, Councillor. Give us, if you can, do not spill the beans. I just want to warn you. 2016, 17, Mr. Cummings ran. 2023, 22, 23, he ran. He's running again. Is there any pathway to victory for Mr. Cummings? Do you think the Liberian people have decided and they have the mind made up that we need that person to change our country? Show it to us. Tell us. Speak to them. When George Barnard, we are in the race, and Waka in the race, do you think Mr. Cummings have any chance of winning 2029?
Look, Stanton, that's a very, very good question. You know, it's so unfortunate for our country. We have always been a country that will leave quality and just pick things that really don't matter. But this time around, I think Liberians are coming to the point where they know that the country has to move forward. And so, if you look at all of the candidates, we're not just talking about credential, but you're talking about the well-without, the people that a person that will be able to come in and attract the kind of investment and have the economic reforms that the country needs. This is where we are at this point. There was one time that I supported George Weah, and my primary objective at the time was we were coming from the war and we needed a period to cool off. And so, you know, every election period presents a set of challenge and an objective that you have to fit in. This time around, after we have experienced a democratic process over the years, we are still lacking behind. The only person, and this is just a fact, that can help to revive our country in a way that it will bring meaningful returns and uplift Liberians is Alexander Cummings. I don't know, this is not, you don't need to be a rocket scientist to know this. Of all the candidates in the race, now you see people going around celebrating things that we ought to have done years back, and we're celebrating. I had an opportunity to look at some concession and people trying to make in a community, one of those MDAs or CDAs, and people were requesting that they build a toilet for our citizens in the place, public toilet. I was like, oh my God. I mean, in this day and age, so that is a fact. We have identified, look, the politics in this country is tribal. We're cognizant of that. We know the tribe that Mr. Cummings comes from. We also know that the intelligentsia, the sophisticated, if you will call them, a group of people here, they are very influential. We know where they are. We identify them. They support Mr. Cummings. His tribal group is behind this time. And so many other Liberians that have been left behind. You see what the CDC government, for example, will do. If they come back to power, you know they're just gone on a revenge spree. And this is the fact. They will go after the Unity Party to try to break their headquarters too. If the Unity Party still, you know hell what they're going to do. So at this point, we cannot define our democracy just by these two political parties. So good they have been in the limelight for the last 20 years of our national politics, but our country will not be defined by just these two parties. I'm sorry. They have not gotten to the level that we should just keep it at these two political parties in our country. And because of this, you will have innovation. And ANC, Ellis Cummings, has had these sets of experiences that he wants to bring back, will not be a bad thing for our country. We have identified so early our pathway to victory. Look, that's why I told you the 17% or the coming third in the polls is not a surprise because we begin to work at it. So once you run a pool with Cllr, the next time after maybe a year you run a pool, we'll be polling second. Because Liberians are getting to get our message and resonate with it. And even those who don't like us believe that Cummings is the best person. Even those who don't want to, if you ask those people who will vote against Cummings, they will say, oh, we know Cummings good, he can deliver all the things for Liberia, but we're not ready for him here. Or we're not putting him there. We know him because of selfish interest. And so we're trying to define all of those things. I mean, what after President Boka leaves, for example, who else could take the country forward? You know, we're not trying to, tilt the country back.
Let me ask you. Thank you, Jeff. What would you say about opposition unity?
Oh, our politics is such that if you don't align the opposition, it'll make it easy for the ruling party. And so in fact, in the last few years, only those parties that were able to come together has been able to win elections in Liberia. The CDC did it and won. Unity Party had to do it to win. In fact, most of the work was done when we were CPP before all of that concussion and all of those, mischief was cooked up, so that and then the matter, the deal has already been done before those things were brought in, and they benefited from it. So we understand coming together, bringing the opposition together is key, and that's something that we will champion. But if you ask every Liberian, and not because I'm seated as a member of ANC, who is the best candidate to take us from this quagmire that we're in, apart from lackness? I remember I lived in New York one time, and New Yorkers were going to the elections to vote Rudy Giuliani at the time he was mayor of New York. They didn't like him, but they said the guy could do the job. And people were cussing the man that they will go vote for on the line. And I was like, what? These people are strange. But they say, we hate that guy, but he's the guy for the job. We haven't developed that kind of mindset here. But the truth is, even our opponents who oppose us know very well that if you give Ellis Cummings this role, he will transform our country. So why are we wasting our time?
Yeah, but you have obstacles. CDC is one of your obstacles, right? Seriously. Let's remove the opposition.
Yes.
So what your message to sedition? Are you asking Jowiya not to run? Are you asking Jowiya to come and do what? And be second to Cummings? Do you think that Jowiya in this race, Mr. Cummings can win? Mr. Cummings will win?
Look, we have different scenarios, and some of them are preparatory. We will not get into them. But look, I'm not going to be naive. The less formidable candidates you have in the race, the easier it is for us. And that's just a fact. If you have a strong candidate, the president, we are in the race, it will, create extra set of hurdles that we have to overcome. But
so do you want President Weah to get out of the race? Is that why
if President Weah gets out of the race, Cummings is the next president?
Are you asking for him to get out of the race?
But I'm asking for everything that is possible to make Cummings president.
Are you asking for President Weah to get out? He shouldn't run.
Well, if that what I would take to make Ellis Cummings president, I would love to do that.
Are you announcing it that you're asking President Weah to step out? He shouldn't run.
Well, look, there has to be some elegance where you're questioning. You
got to answer with elegance. I asked you the question. Yeah, you know, that's how it is. We got to be straight up. What are you asking CDC to do? If President Weah remains in the race, he goes second to Unity Party, if possible first. So what are you asking CDC? When you have a 3-race race or 4 now because Musa Benete is in the state, let's talk about CDC former President George Manuel Weah. Are you asking him to stand down to give Cummings a chance?
I will do every and anything that will give Ellis Cummings a better chance to enhance his chance to win the elections. And if it includes collaborating with the CDC in a way that will give Ellis Cummings the chance, that's what I want. And that's what we will work towards.
So look, Mr. Cummings go second now to George Weah if you talk about collaboration.
Let me just say this though. If you have your best goal scorer, would you want to leave him over the final match for a game that is crucial for you to win? You probably won't. Liberia is at a crossroad.
Who's the best goal scorer?
President Weah has been president. He got nothing else, no extra accolade to achieve. It would be nice. It would be extremely nice and easier. In fact, I don't think the Unity Party will allow that, because if they did that, that would be around one-round elections. But that's a discussion for perhaps another day.
Who's the best goal scorer? Yeah, who's the best goal scorer in this political field of play? Who's the best goal scorer?
Well, right now, the economy is very challenged in our country. Everybody here, you know the story about Liberia. We're very hungry here. Even we as lawyers in an elite profession, we find it very challenging and very difficult. So the economy is something that you work on. So you want somebody who understands the economy. You're not going to give the economy to a plumber. And if you have a heart surgery, you will not give it to a good carpenter. You will give it to somebody who has been tried and tested. So in this scenario, Ellis Cummings seems to be the best goal scorer for the time. He's not the best.
He has not scored any goal.
Because he has not played, my friend. Put him on the field.
He's on the field. He's on the field. 2017, he's on the field. 2023, he was on the field. He's on the field. How can you say he's not on the field?
He was warming up in practice session. He's not on the field.
With all the resources 2017 and 2023, you say it was just a warm-up?
My friend, in this scenario, this context that you're talking, President Boyka told you he was parked as a parked car for 12 years, even though he was vice president. He was simply telling you that make him president, then you will see what he can do.
My last question, we got to bring in Kev Hassan. My last question, right? So, can Mr. Cummings go second to George Manuel Weah?
Look, we're not going to say that he can do this. That's a decision he will make. But look, I believe
as a party chairman, without something you would support.
Well, look, you want me to get into hypotheticals now?
As a party chairman.
Let's talk real stuff, Stanton.
No, this is real, because opposition unity, somebody must be first, somebody must be second. You say you are asking George to get out of the race.
No, that Coco and Missy stuff, Stanton.
Chief, it's not Coco. Chief.
That Coco and Missy.
As a party chairman, your only way to the promised land in Liberia 2029 is if only one George Weah is not in the race. Am I correct?
No, you're wrong.
You can get this done while George Weah in the race?
So for example, of course, but for example, suppose President Boyka not running, Jeremiah Kun will be us.
President Boyka is a Cuban. I'm saying the opposition.
No. I'm asking you now. Say you bring in different scenario. For example, because we are planning for all of them, but assuming that President Boyka was not in the race, Vice President Kun will be us.
If President Boyka is not in the race, your trouble is not Jeremiah Kun. Your trouble is those that are running against you in opposition. Your trouble is George Manuel Weah. Your trouble is Musa Benete. Your trouble is Clarence Mowa. Musa Benete.
Okay.
No, accountability. I want us to finish with the former president. This is very serious. Can Mr. Cummings go second to George Banawia?
That's a question you should ask him. For me, I feel that the economy is so rotten that I want Cummings to lead the charge. But anything in politics is possible. As a party chairman,
now you're talking. I don't make now you're talking as a chairman. Now you're talking as a chairman.
I don't make all the decisions. Look, Senator, I've been chairman for 2 political parties, even Kev Hassan party. So I got experience at this thing.
You understand? You saw the party later, but then move on. So, yeah, let me bring you in. That one made a man laugh. You saw the party later. I'm not troublemaker, man. They say you saw the party later on the job. Now you can't get it by it, man. On it. But let's move on.
Councilor, how are you?
Hello, Chief. How are you, Kev?
Okay, not bad. I just want to go back quick before I go with my question. You know, it's true you are a party, but we were cheated 2005, 2011, 2017 when we won the election. We took Jose Mambokai running mate and put him in our government. So we're not a party of revenging. I just want to correct that. We don't revenge, because if you try to revenge, you take more time than solving the people problem. We are a party of solving problem. The CDC will not revenge.
Thank you.
I can say clear, because there's no time to revenge. There's time to solve the people problems. Like Unity Party.
You will not deal any of these people.
The law different. I'm talking about revenging. You talk about revenge. The law is the law.
Okay.
I'm talking about I'm talking about revenge.
You're not trying to deal, Madam.
You saw. You know, you're not going to go after. You're not going to witch hunt people. That's not the way to do.
Okay.
You know, yeah, we're not going to witch hunt people. We're not going to go through all that. You know, witch hunting and all that thing, because Nukwe enjoy our government. He had a lucrative job, and you know that. Everybody know that. But let me say, including Joseph Bokachiran, they were there. They left themselves. Nobody touched them, and you know that. But let me ask you this question: in 2018, 19, especially 19, Mr. Cummings were active. He was firing at CDC government for all cylinder. He was in the trenches, both home and abroad. He was firing. And 2022, and I met Mr. Cummings and spoke to him and said, Mr. Cummings, I think we proceeded wrongly and all this thing, you know. But now Mr. Cummings is quiet. I'm not hearing anything about Mr. Cummings. With everything that's going on, imagine $10 million homes have been built in Foya. Nothing from Mr. Cummings.
You mean the Ghost Project?
Yeah, the one they set up for Monroe Union.
The Ghost, we just call it the Ghost Project.
Yeah, we can call it the Ghost. Yeah. So many things going and you know happening. The demolition of people's homes. The demolition. Because one of the strengths of Mr. Cummings, he always talk about the people. Nothing I hear about Mr. Cummings. Nothing from the ANC. What happened?
A question?
Yeah. That first question, yeah.
Okay. So thank you. You know, I like your kind of questioning. But look, first and foremost, politics is a science. You have to gauge the mood of the citizenry, and you're not going to be an irrelevant politician. So you have to be smart. When the CDC lost the elections at the time, you could say that there were a lot of issues, and the CDC were a bit unpopular. So they embraced the change that brought in the Unity Party. And therefore, we made a conscious decision to Mr. Cummings to give them a honeymoon to see whether they will do something good. Unlike the CDC, early in their rule, they brought onto themselves the 16 billion saga. Whether that was true or not, they didn't manage the narrative around it properly. And so it was exploited. As opposition political parties, what do we do? What is our job? Our job is to oppose constructively. If you give us a free go, we'll take it. So that's what the CDC did. They handed the opposition a free go with the 16 billion saga. Whether 16 billion got missing, whether it didn't get missing, they didn't articulate the circumstances surrounding it perfectly. And then what happened next? People start dying here and there, auditors disappearing and other things. And some of those things may have been natural, but they gave a semblance that they were concocted. And I know the CDC guys well. I don't believe that, maybe I could be wrong, but I don't believe that they orchestrated those things. But you had a whole ministry and a whole government that could have dealt with those things. All right, but the communication team was very poor. And therefore, as opposition, that was not my business. I'm trying to elect Ellis Cummings. And if you have a chance and you're not doing a good job, you'll do it. So what we did for the Unity Party, we said, look, give them a honeymoon period, see whether they will govern properly. If they do, it's good for our country, then they will raise the bar, and then we can pick on other issues. But look what's happening. They decide to do things that will not improve the lives of people. They're celebrating things that, look, President Tubman ran this country for 27 years. He didn't do much. All those who lived during his era will tell you that President Tubman was a good guy. Why? Because things were affordable. You don't have to reinvent the wheels. You know that if you take care of people, the economics of the home, soup and rice issue, taking care of the one you all refer to as bread and butter, people will be satisfied. You are leaving it and you're taking on other things, my friend, it will not cut it for you. And so we want a person that will go in, do the job, and show that you can earn a decent living, pay your child's school fee. You don't have to make choices between medicine and food. And that's why we want Ellis Cummings. The rest of the people, they are good, but we are not challenged. So we only gave the Unity Party a period so that they will prove themselves. And clearly they have not done that. And so
let me hold you there. Councillor. Wait, Ken, we'll come back to you. Councillor, let me squeeze you right there for a second. I don't want to be
windy on the answer, sorry.
No, but we got to push with that. You said they have not done well. You gave them grace period, 1 year, 2 years. Give me 3 takeaway from what you believe that this government have failed. What they have failed in.
Why are you narrowing it to 3? Look at what's happening in Phoebe Hospital.
Go ahead. You can expand on it. Talk to me.
Look at what's happening in Phoebe Hospital, my friend. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to know that. Look at what's happening with the AFL going to knock down people's homes without making alternative plans. I mean, look at what happened to the University of Liberia. The students had to go and put red pin on the thing, and they were trying to pin their own building. And miss all of these things, and you say you have a budget that you're going to. First of all, Ellis Cummings introduced the idea about our budget reaching to $1 billion. They say it was voodoo economics. Now they're bragging about 1.7 billion when Ellis Cummings have said that we should be around 3 billion. I mean, come on, my friend. Aren't these something that will cause concern for you? Look at what's happening in Phoebe. You saw the mattress the other day the guy was showing. That's nasty. And people passing around here and saying they're doing things. You have look. Governance is about priorities. You will never get everything you need, but you have to know it's an act of prioritizing your needs in a way that it will yield the best results. It's about choices.
Yeah, the government celebrating yellow. The government celebrating yellow machine.
Let me learn this thought. I come in 1 minute.
Your time is running out.
When he created the world, he said, "Let there be light." There's sequence of things. You don't just do everything. The first thing God did, he created light. So it shows you the sequence of things. You don't just jump to start facing other things. No Cllr in the country. How are you going to attract investment? Then you say you're passing around with, look, I like the yellow machines, but you're passing around with yellow machine, and this other guy, we praising so much, praising, that white chicken. Bam! Everywhere they're cutting the thing. Now we will be talking and the Cllr will go. That's why I got my generator on standby.
So my question to you, you brush off on the yellow machine. You talk about Phoebe Hospital. You talk about AFL. You name only three. The University of Liberia. What are your other concerns that this government have failed to? That they have failed the Liberian people. What are some of the other issues?
The cost of living, for example. The cost of living. We pay the highest amount of money for the cost of electricity in the world. And it rains in Liberia more than most of the countries in the world. This government have not attracted any new investment since they came, just like the CDC did. In fact, CDC did a little better. They have not been able to attract any new investment into this country. So what are we talking about? Look, I go to the same church with Deacon Boyka, and I respect him highly. But we got to be truthful. We gave 2 years for them to show that juice. They're not showing any juice. Then you pass it around in yellow coat suit and yellow necktie, and you come and think you can blindfold people.
I gotta correct you because you go to the same church with Deacon Boyka, but you said the first thing God made was light. That's not correct. So I think we missing the Bible said a year.
Tell me about it. I got a degree in theology. Tell me about it.
No, theology can help. The Bible is there. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. The heaven and the earth. So light was in the first thing. Okay. So Genesis 1:1, in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth.
Okay.
And then the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the water, and God said, "Let there be light."
Okay. So at least he created that before he did most things. Okay, you got a message. But you got a twist.
Yeah, but I got what you're saying, though. Let me bring back Kev. Kev, finish up, please.
Yeah, Counselor, you point out some stuff about this government. This is year 3 with this government we have it. Going back, you talk about the yellow machine. 2026, the government is celebrating the yellow machine. They left the offices today. Speaker, everything, abandoned the people work, dressed in yellow. Let me ask you this. Who will actually execute the oversight? One of the power is oversight. So are they joining the government now? Because they joined the government now. So who will execute the oversight power?
Look, let me tell you this. I will not mince my words. And I won't be surprised if they send me an issue for contempt order tomorrow. Look, apart from few, that place is an unserious place. Apart from but a few, it's an unserious place. In fact, I think it is one of the most hated. It is the most hated branch of government. Some people are suggesting we don't need lawmakers to run a functional democracy because of their attitude. The folks over there, most of them, there are a few good individuals there, don't get me wrong. But most of them, they're on foolishness. And that's why we're trying to change. See the caliber of people that get elected. How did we degenerate in this kind of level? And see the kind of people that come in out of there. See some of the things that they're doing. Every now and then they go to one hotel, they start talking about removing people and dividing committee positions. That the kind of people that we need to be. Look, Liberia is cursed, though. We need to pray for this country. I think the president needs to declare another week of fast and prayer so we will really pray to redeem this country. We are so unfortunate that every time we have an opportunity, we take flunkies and riff-rats and all kind of folks to lead our country. So I don't look, but for a few, I don't have too much time for that place. Yeah, and that's why the rate of return is so low. They don't change them just baby tappers. The point not correct. Look at the kind of thing. Look at the kind of joke. Just a child's play. So, my friend, we don't have time for this thing. If you put a serious government in, we change all those kind of foolishness. That's not what we're here for, man. You need to do serious job. Nobody is saying that this thing will not bring some kind of development to the country, but they're overplaying the hand. Huh? So you not bring the yellow machine is good. So what happened to the other problems we face with? Look at that kind of daily mattress that people were showing in 3B. Can you imagine you can get sick by going to the hospital? My friend, I beg you, man. That's why I don't like this.
So thank you, Councilor. We're going to welcome Emmanuel George, your chairman on this end, ANC chairman. We're kind of confused. We don't know whether the global chair or private chair.
My counterpart, my interlocutor.
Good. Your interlocutor. Good. Let me go welcome Jonathan Chessin and Jacob Jada. Ladies and gentlemen, share the show. I'm concerned deeply the trend of our country. Like Kev said, when you have lawmakers all wearing yellow to go to the executive mansion and celebrate the returns of yellow machine. It's good for agriculture. It's good for rural. But to leave the offices and say it's time to go celebrate, God bless our country. But we got to dive into some serious issue here. This network covered the yellow machine from the port all the way to Carisburg. Wherever Cam, shuffling or Cam, why not shuffling, Cam, Joseph Waka, wherever they took it to, where that Cam name. But we want to just be on the record, Councillor. I want to go back to the opposition unity question. The imposition. The people know what they are doing. People are going to bed hungry. The Phoebe Hospital you're talking about, we play that video. Students that cannot go to school because of school fees. Children selling between cars. Most people disappointed in the opposition. Why do you think so? People are disappointed bigly in the opposition. They are saying that the opposition are not speaking and the opposition allowing suffering to continue without addressing the issue. Kev was on point. Demolitions of homes. We have seen no opposition speaking against those things. Not one. You guys refuse to go there to plant your flag and speak to the people and give them hope. We saw imposition plus opposition start Joseph going to Hotel Africa because he's in position. But the fact remains, Delon that's speaking today, and we'll play Delon play, that it is okay to demolish the people home. It's an imposition. What's your message? What's the opposition message? When will the opposition come together to be an opposition, Councilor?
Well, Stanton, that's a good question, and it's very genuine. You know, that's why sometimes I like this show. But let's get something clear, though. There are two types of demolition. One is triggered by the legitimate code exercise, and one is the government with its overreach and not planning properly program that they're carrying out. And while they are trying to do all of those things for the AFL, there are still people within the AFL making less than $200 or so. So you see that, you know, it's double standard. So that's we are concerned about the government exercising eminent domain or so to speak, without making proper plans for people. Those people that went over there, government knew they were there. If the government land, they knew they were there, they were exercising, and as the citizens, for crying out loud. And they did nothing. So look, we want the opposition to come together because it makes it easier to get the folks out. If we don't, they will assign some numbers to people and then cheat people. So these are the things that we're afraid of. So we want to encourage the opposition to come together. But we must be realistic and put our best foot forward, not to do it in a way that, we'll be running shenanigans and then trying to manipulate the system like we experienced in the CPP. We were victimized from that CPP thing. And so we are so skeptical about those things. But notwithstanding, we know that is the only way to easier way to get to the executive mansion.
Do you think you said two sides to this thing, and we'll bring you in, Emmanuel George. You said two sides to the demolition deal. So let's agree that you get the right side and the wrong side. Why Mr. Cummings have not addressed both sides or other side?
Well, look, so there is no political party that can deal with all of the ills of society. Now, if the government can do all, no opposition party can do all. So we as a political party have to pick our fights and be strategic. Mr. Cummings cannot be everywhere at all times. And so I'm on the network now, I'm condemning it. Because look, if you want to do good for the AFL, don't just go and break down people's homes and maybe it will take you several years to build something good for them. Start improving their economic conditions. What did you put in the budget that will affect the salaries of those people because they got children's school fee to pay, medical bills to pay, and so forth? What are you doing? Nothing. The whole country.
Councilor, I got to bring the other guys in, man. But you're saying that this one, Mr. Cummings, I mean, he forgot and he can't.
No, I didn't tell you that, my friend.
No, I'm saying, but you cannot say Mr. Cummings, can do everything he alone. That's why he's speaking. But he's the part. This is like a routine thing now. Every day, let's listen to DeLong. Even if you agree, though, as an opposition political party, don't you think this is when people want to see you in the photo, in the video, standing there when the people were crying, giving them some hope? They're not asking that you bring money. They're not asking for you to relocate them. But the
plenty of the things we do, Santa, we don't publicize.
But your party, you the chairman, you didn't do it. We're looking for picture and video of Mr. Cummings standing in 72nd, Hotel Africa, Peace Island. You standing by him, giving the people hope. We have not seen it. We have not seen it. And listen, Dylan went to the studio. Listen to what Dylan said.
Government says more in the government. Why was they putting people in places? We start looking for one of the most harmless seats that we had, the speakership. There was anything we wanted out of the house as a government.
No, not the video. I will play the other video. But I want you to address that, though. If you say that Mr. Cummings was, preoccupied, he was busy, I don't think
I didn't say that.
Well, though. So what did you say?
I didn't say that.
So what did you say? I want to understand you, so I gotta put my own side. What did you say?
Okay, so this is a political party with plenty inside. We got people at different levels. I'm talking about it now. I bear more weight during non-political season than even Mr. Cummings. He's the standard bearer. I'm the national chairman. I'm speaking about it. We have people to go out there and identify with our people. We met our people there and we arranging some things for them. And I want to admit, some of our problems have not been to clearly articulate some of the things that the ANC or Mr. Cummings has done or to publicize it in a way, my friend. So it's not about Mr. Cummings or busy. No. We have addressed the 72nd issue, and I'm looking for some proof here to send you. Oh no.
You see, that's the problem there. You just announced that you addressed the 72nd issue. How? What did you do? Did you go there?
Oh, my friend, I'm going to send you some proofs.
Yeah, I want you to say your party. There's a reason why you called to come on the show and we invited you and you accepted, either or. I want you to sell this today. Did you go there? How did you address the issue? I got to bring the other guys in. Chairman.
First of all, by the time this demolition happened, we issue a statement condemning this thing right away when nobody was thinking about it. And I will send you proof of the newspaper clippings. We did that. Then we dispatched a delegation to meet the people. You know, when they knock the people houses down, the people start going helter-skelter, sleeping in cars everywhere. So it was difficult. I arranged to go see them one early morning, and most of the people were gone. Most of the people were gone, Stanton. So what we did was we issued, in fact, on the 13th of February, I issued a press statement condemning this. It was in all of the media, and we started to find these people individually because they were not grouped again. So there was no way that we could have met them to do the kind of intervention that we wanted. But this is something that we're against.
So what did you do? What did the party do?
I just told you we condemned it. We begin to provide funding for some people to assist. Provide mattresses for some people.
I mean, you are holding back some information here. The people want to hear what did Mr. Cummings and ANC, what did you guys do? You cannot hold them back.
I'm not holding back. I'm explaining to you. We provided funding for some people. We provided mattresses. We gave them some things to help them relocate. That's what I'm saying. And then we issue a statement of condemnation. And it's on record. I just said that. And we believe it was an act that shows that there's a very irresponsible act of the government to go and in the pursuit of solving one problem, creating another. Because all those are your citizenry. So he said, the president.
So let's play this and we'll get it to. We'll bring Emmanuel George, Jefferson Chesney, Jacob Jada, Tama Aguilas, and our friend to 1 o'clock. Let me play this video from DeLong.
Any structure that is in clearly defined alleyways, and the government want to use those places to open it to gain access to the people and the public for safety and development, break it down. Any structure that is in.
What is it?
The Moserado County senator, without any plan B, he's approving places alleyway that people have been living for 40 some more years, not calling the public work minister, not calling the executive, and say that fund means to do a perfect relocation to help these people. He said, break it down. Care less about the people. We understand that the people been living in alleyway. Yeah, we understand. No perfect intervention. They don't went on the radio, Bravo to OK to FM, and say, you know what, break it down. We care less. No empathy. Not one.
You know,
Councilor Gould, let's hear you on this. This is pathetic. This is, I don't want to say wickedness, but it is. That any structure, we understand we got to develop. But we got to understand that we got poor people that have been poor for 100 years, the rest of the years. There's no intervention as a lawmaker to say, let's find a new way to help these people, help them relocate. But no, they want to focus. Let's break it down and let these people be displaced and serve as refugees in their own home, sleeping in cars, sleeping under the rain, traveling with mattresses, like going to refugee camp in their own home, with their babies on their back. Not a solution base. And Liberians need to hear this. But the sitting senator of Mossorado County said he cares less. Break it down. Is that something you're going to sell in this manner?
Look,
Councillor?
if I were not a man that have been through a lot of challenges in life, maybe I would have cried. I think by now the senator is regretting. This is the most inhumane statement that any senator will make, especially if you know you have a period that will be coming up for re-elections. Even if it was not for re-elections, but even if you are not a sincere senator, you ought to give a semblance that you care for people. To make that statement, it's going to hurt him. It was the most reckless statement I've heard. What did he have to gain by saying, break it down? When the representative in that era was making pitch so that the demolition would slow down, and you come and say, break it down, I wonder what would he gain? You know, I have a soft spot for Senator Dillon because most of his tutelage is being under my brother. But I'm sure TC is rolling in his grave today because, for example, TC was a lawyer, very famous at a point in time. The people from Basel came to him and said, we need you to run to be senator. He said, no, the person who's there, I will never run against him. You have to show compassion. To make that statement, I'm ashamed for my cause, man. I mean, I'm just ashamed. And I think he will pay for it dearly. That's why you see the Unity partisans are now posting on Facebook that Dillon is our own. So we'll fight for him. You kidding me? The Unity Party alone can make you win Mossorado elections? Are you serious? Are you kidding me? Dillon ran before he didn't win. It took all of us coming together to elect him. Then you come and say he's our own. We'll fight for him. He has to find a way to redeem it if he's serious. I don't know how he's going to do it. He's going to have to work magic. This is going to be very lasting. It will be a devastating.
Dr. George, we're going to, on this Dillon statement, we will discuss it further, but Liberians need to know that, wow, that's reckless. Dr. George, let me bring you in. Your party chairman is in studio.
Thank you, Stanton. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Councillor Gould. Good to see you again. Thank you for articulating the message. You have been so great on the show this evening. So thank you. No, many people think that you were the chairman of the ANC going into the 2023 elections. Can you speak to that?
My friend, I was not the chairman of the party when we went into the 2023 elections. I have had the privilege and opportunity in this country to chair two political parties. And when I chaired them, they had great results. So I didn't chair the party. I supported the party and continued to be in the party. But the party was chaired by somebody else, Senator, may so rest in peace, Senator Dana Nitan of Bapolu. So I didn't chair the party. I mean, obviously, when I chair CDC, they can count the success story there. When I chaired the ANC for the first time, we were able to lock down the city in this country in January, several months before the elections on I think the 27th of January or thereabout. We locked down the city at the ATS. We call it the Alternative Day. Then we repeated that in August during the 2017 elections. I remember my friend Musa Belete called me and said, my man, I'm afraid. I took 10 hours to go home. But I didn't chair the party at the time. And I continued to support the party, but I was not the chair. I think with some of the experience I gained over the years, perhaps working with all of you would have been some different results. But again, it is what it is. We'll take it with a grain of salt. We've done our post-mortem. We're now prepared, well charged, going into 2029. We're not naive that we will do all by ourselves. So we're talking to Jefferson Chelsea and the rest of the people and Jacob Jala and all of those folks to see if we can amalgamate in a way that will be meaningful so that we can replace these folks so that, we'll not be celebrating just Yellow Machine, but we'll celebrate many other things. And that's what we want to do.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I believe that the discussion move on. Jefferson, I don't know, Emmanuel George is skipping the reckless statement from DeLong. It's very surprising.
Oh, no, if you want me to speak, no.
Okay, no, you have your time to speak, but it wasn't important. The important
thing
is
you asked me
the chairman. But let me bring in Jefferson Chelsea, my friend. That's fine. Yeah. Let's hear you. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Stanton, and welcome, Councillor Gould.
Thank you, Jeff. Soon to be attorney.
Thank you.
Welcome to our society. Welcome to our noble profession.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. Yeah. And so, yes, Stanton, there's a parable that says once who Connor was cracked by the spirit of humility should never forget to remain humble. And that is what happened to DeLong. DeLong came to the senatorial seat by the support of the ordinary Liberians. The masses supported DeLong. And to see him or to hear him speak recklessly like he did on OKFM was not surprising because DeLong himself is a reckless guy. So we don't expect anything more from him. Coming to the breaking down of people's homes, as Stanton, the CDC constructed community roads here. We did not break down people's homes. There are ways and means to avoid the breaking down of people's homes and making the poor Liberian people homeless. You have made life already unnecessarily difficult for the Liberian people within the 2 years of your reign. And then you further displacing them, breaking their homes, and making them homeless. This has been heartless, it's been wicked. Let me let you know one thing. Do you know that the military should have broken down that place during the regime of President George Manawia? But he refused. He said it doesn't make any sense to break down the people's homes, make them homeless when the military is not even going to use that place right away. Still, I can tell you for the next 4 or 5 years, the military will do nothing in that place. There's no way the military will build houses to that place now. In fact, that entire community does not suit anything for military operations. So they're not going to do anything. The government is just heartless and wicked to the masses. This is why you see they find pleasure in making people homeless.
Do you have a question for Councillor Gould?
Yes, Councillor Gould. I just want you to comment on this government achievement in the last 2 years. Forget about this first quarter in this year, just the last 2 years. In your mind, is the government a complete failure?
So let me answer. I like to be objective. I will not describe it as such. And if you use the adjective complete, and then perhaps we will differ there a bit. But I think they have failed because you have to prioritize the objective for which you come to power, and you have to be able to sequence your order of priorities in a way that it will have meaningful impact on the lives of people. Why is a government, and why is it formed? To uplift your citizenry. You hear President Trump with all of his erratic things that he's doing. He said, I was elected to safeguard something in us, Americans and not illegal aliens. So his first and primary objective is to Americans. This government priority is to be able to uplift Liberians. We're still one of the poorest countries in the world. And we are endowed with so many resources in our country. This government has not been able to attract any investment. How can you tackle the unemployment problem in this country? You just saw the legislature summon the labor minister for jobs that Liberians should be doing and foreigners are doing. And people are happy with these things. And then you think it's about politics. You know, that's why sometimes some of us don't want to talk, because when we talk, maybe they think that we will ignite some kind of protest or something. This is crazy. And people are having fun with it. Riding big cars, you're getting gas slip and everything, and you're passing, and you're not ashamed of yourself. In our country like this, I've had the opportunity to live, you know, some of the good side of the world and this bad side. I choose to try to come back and contribute. This is crazy, my friend. This is nothing that we should be proud of. So I believe that for all intent and purposes, the government has failed. Because Phoebe Hospital, the people grind, you see the mattress. When one mattress comes outside, you get cool as a pay chicken. When you see one bloody mattress, you say, Jack, go see LU campus, my friend. Subado go there the other day were putting pin on the thing. What kind of situation is this? What we giving God hard time for, somebody can say. So I'm ashamed. This government has failed. Simply, man. They failed. We put them there to change things. That's why we agitated against you. That's why we formed the CCP. To move you, because your 16 billion story came up and all kind of things, and we're not understanding about auditors and things. Look at what's happening now, my friend. People just jump on in yellow school like wrinkled, Lamco workers, and they're going around, you know. You gotta get serious.
Jacob, let me bring you in, Jacob. Chad, let's bring Jacob in. We'll come back. Let's do one right quick. I beg you, Jacob. Let's hear you. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Stanton. Thanks, Councillor Gould, Chairman Gould. I think, first of all, I would take a shot at the comment that was made about the disgraceful behavior of members of the legislature today. I'm getting feedback. I don't know.
Yeah, Emmanuel, can you mute yourself, Emmanuel, please? Thank you.
Yeah, you know, the disgraceful behavior of the legislature today, and my political leader, Mr. Musa Hassan Bilete, Representative, has talked about this incalculable amount of times. You know, many times. He's a member of the legislature, but he has pointed out publicly how surplus to requirement the legislature has become. And today it was a huge shame, you know, what we see the legislature, the rule of the legislature. And Chairman Gould talked about that. I think these guys are setting the democracy on fire, because clearly speaking, if you look at the legislature and what should be the role of the legislature in the democratic structure, their responsibility has to be check and balance, effective oversight over particularly the action of the executive or the operations of the executive. But to see the speaker, the deputy speaker, and all these people, you know, plastering our image, our screens today in yellow shirt, some of them cutting a session short to go to Freeport or Morovia to parade in the street. I mean, it just shows how most of these guys or most members of the legislature don't even know their fundamental function, what they are the legislature for, because as the legislature has to remain to maintain that check and balance responsibility, which is a constitutional authority, to be able to ask critical questions around the whole yellow machine situation, and even in terms of the operationalization of the yellow machine thing. You know, how are they going to now ensure check and balance?
Jacob having some technical issue. I do believe he had. Let me bring you in, Tama. Welcome, Tama. Let's hear you.
Yeah, thank you, Stanton. Good evening to all of you, and hello, Council. It's a pleasure to see you again on today. I'm going to comment and I'm going to end up with a question, sir. First of all, you know, when I listened to the statement made by Senator Dillon
Jacob, you'll come back in. Let time I finish. You have some technical issue. We'll bring you back in.
Jacob, you want to land? I mean, I can give you my time.
Go ahead, time. I finish up your question. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. As a sitting senator, the statement comes across as though he's forgetting the people who have voted him in office. On the face of it. And the opponents will run with this. They will say, well, Dillon has forgotten about the people, now that they should remove the people who have built in alleyways. But there's also the side of the law. The law says no one should build in an alleyway. And in Liberia, our people have the tendency, either intentionally or willfully, sometimes to encroach on pieces of property, public land that belongs to government. Or sometimes people will sell land to people on alleyways in private properties. The second challenge we are having with the development today and why people are crying is that our government sometimes haven't been very responsive and anticipating the development pains or the pains that come with development. Now, I want Monrovia to be opened up. I want all of the alleyways to be opened up. But not only Monrovia, the communities that surround Macerado County today that are coming up and rising up, and people are building, especially people who have found themselves in the diaspora and have means, and even Liberians on the ground. In developed countries, Stanton, when a community is being built, the public utilities are ran first. The roads are opened first. The electrical poles, the gas lines are ran first before even they start building. And that's what we have failed to do in Liberia. Communities will sprout up over the years, and government has been unable to do that work. And I think that's what we should be looking at. If the council can come back on, I have a question for him for the opposition. But for us to sit on this show, and I always say this, Stanton, Spoon TV or Spoon Talk today is the biggest growing radio station in Liberia and across the diaspora. When we come on here, we should educate. We should aim to educate, inform, and empower, because people are listening. People are following us every day, every night. And
let me ask you a question. We understand that. Tama. And the councilor will come back. Here's the issue.
Yeah.
We know we've been having St. Charlie Kingtown problem with the alleyway. People, right? Since long time. But must Dillon address the issue like this? What's the solution base? You have power. You can put something on the floor today.
Mm-hmm.
This is your government. You can convince your colleague to find a solution for those people in the alleyway. But listen to Dillon. Break it down.
Yeah.
That's what, don't tell me about illegal alleyway construction. We know that. Don't tell me about people got to pour pipe and water and this. We know all those things to help our country move on. But for us to sit here and think that we don't know it, but the senator will come out and say, my Liberian people, listen to him.
Yeah.
This is wickedness.
Yeah. May I?
No, let's listen to him.
Any structure that is in clearly defined alleyways, and the government want to use those places to open it to gain access to the people and the public for safety and development, break it down. Any structure that is in.
And that's the message. Listen, sometimes you don't need to speak. If you have no solution base that you can present, come on, man. Put something on the floor, man. Let's go back to Jacob. Let Jacob finish it. Jacob,
can I land on my point, please?
Yeah. You finish now. The man I had to ask you a question, but go ahead. You can land.
Okay, thank you. So Jacob, just give me 10 seconds, please. My landing is, look, as a government official, whether you are senator or representative, no matter the position you hold, you have to have some level of humanity in you. You have to care about the people you lead, about the people you represent. No matter how much that's legal to do to break down those houses, there has to be some humanity there. There have to be some solution. Either you give them some time, or you find some means to move them someplace temporarily while the project continues. Look, in a way, I think, the speech, legally, it was sound, but on a humanity-wise, he erred. And I think, in my view, that's what I think. Thank you. Jacob?
Yes. So I'll just end on my first point I'm making quickly, and then I'll talk about the Delonte. So I was talking about I would consider the disgraceful behavior of members of the legislature today, because the legislature has oversight function. It's almost like these guys have kind of collapsed the legislature already into the executive. I mean, I can imagine a Ghanaian parliamentarian or a U.S. congressman or woman, even if they're Republican or Democrat, behaving in such a terrible way. Because in terms of ensuring check and balance, because we're talking about an investment the country has made around $22 million, 286 sets of equipment. How is the legislature going to ensure oversight responsibility to check the efficient management of such a public asset? And if there are difficulties and challenges, ensure that they're able to utilize the requisite committee to ensure effective check and balance, to ensure value for money for the country. That's the role of the legislature. Well, if the legislature now has become, cheerleaders, cheering squad boys and girls behind the executive over yellow machine, it means they don't even know they don't even know their function, know their duty. And I think this is some of the downside of the broadening of the democratic space we're witnessing now. And I think we need to keep talking about that, as a matter of fact. Even in terms of the quality of some of the machine, we're hearing and we'll be investigating that the country did not get a good value for money. You're talking about $22 million for equipment, 287. The first figure we saw was $85 million. Let's assume somebody wanted to eat some money, $10 million. But from $70 million all the way to $22 million, and we're hearing these are extremely substandard equipment that will start breaking down in the low-fat forest and other places. The legislature has to be able to step in there to ensure that we have effective value for money and not turn to yellow clothes wearing lawmakers and celebrate. I think they're letting the country down on many respects. That's one. Two, on the Delon thing, I think Senator Delon lost it, I don't know, today or yesterday in that press conference, and I think that's some of the poor quality leadership we've been getting, from people like Delon. There's no reason why Delon has to come up and say he was looking for some notice to come say break down the alleyway. That is where they're already breaking people's houses down in the alleyway. They don't need his instruction to go break down alleyway. So like Stanton said, he has power. He's a legislator. He has to be finding solution for these people who are getting miserable and thrown out in the street, and these people are extremely depressed. You know what I mean? To be homeless, in this country, you have nowhere to stay. So he didn't have to come say, go break alleyway down. The people hustling alleyway, that's already happening. We want solution from a lawmaker. He needs to be able to call, legislative. He needs to be able to call executive officials, start asking the question: where is an emergency response strategy? Do we have some kind of emergency shelter for these people? Can we get these people access to water so that both children and women can have relief? So that these people can have some. The government has been extremely heartless as far as the whole demolition thing is concerned. Has anybody seen any kind of humanitarian action or relief for these thousands of people? Some people say, well, 40,000 people are displaced across the country. We want our senator to come and say, well, what is the solution? How do we create relief for these people? And not to give more and more instruction, like some kind of dictator to keep more people on the street. I think Senator Delon is losing it. I think, this is what power do to most of these people who don't really have it. They get drunk and then they make bozo statements all the time, like what we've seen here. It's shameful.
I am surprised. It's good to have Councillor Gould back. Let's go to T. Wanakai. Those statements, we understand we have to fix and repair and make our country better. But imagine, man, when you're in your place that you go to bed every day and your generator is beating, and people are displayed in their own home. They have to sleep in cars and they're on a gas station cover. Then you, they're representing those folks. You're sitting as a senator and you say it's okay, no passion, nothing, it's okay. You break it down. I mean, how can we, for God's good grace, what kind of church those people going to? Now, one day you went among the people to say, you know what? Though the government is right, but let's find a solution here. I will call the finance minister, I will call public work, I will call these people. Let's find a solution. Relocation, we'll call Cllr. We'll call disaster management, Cllr. Let's see how best we can solve this problem, Cllr. Gould. Though the government is right, we got to develop our country. But we are human beings, Cllr. Gould. With no solution, the senator that representing the largest country of population in the country. Break it down. We care less. Break it down. Can you imagine somebody sent me that picture, the woman holding her daughter, the baby, the people, the mattress, man. People sleeping in cars, the people are complaining. But no. Liberians need to hear the senator. And you know who's saying he's right? Those people are saying he's right are those people that live in an advanced country. They're in Liberia, they got AC cars. Those people, they got food on the table. Those people that got roof over their head. Those people that got LDC or no LDC, they got the generator beating and running. But here we are, Cllr. Gould. Rescue DeLong. Somebody gave me DeLong and a green bag of the voter slip. If you have it, send it to me. Rescue DeLong. When DeLong was moving up and down and said, I will beat Thomas Falah, DeLong, begging the people for the vote, DeLong, going to that very place that he called Alleyway today. He was campaigning there. The Alleyway, DeLong was there knocking on door. Say you can't out of your home. He didn't say it was Alleyway there. Liberian didn't hear this. Dr. George, I don't know where were you. When DeLong was campaigning, he didn't say it was Alleyway. That today, that Alleyway.
Yeah. He said, I want Alleyway vote. He said, I want Alleyway vote.
It wasn't Alleyway then.
Yeah.
That today, that Alleyway, they will bring the people home down. How should we are so ungrateful. Listen, if the government with development, what's the brilliant idea as a senator? When CDC was chasing DeLong all over, they all running to those very people they call Alleyway in Peace Island. Back in Yakadokia here around. Now the second, they don't say there was Alleyway that government property. District 17. I remember when DeLong was in District 17, he said CDC tried to kill him. When he used that remark, in the throw stool, we were throw stool. You remember? DeLong was in the Alleyway campaigning and begging the people to vote for him. But today, those people are cocksuckers. Those people are refugees. Those people are aliens. They are in the Alleyway. Get rid of them. What kind of God we serve? Don't tell me that. We know that we got to develop our country. But can the government find a solution of relocation? Display people in Liberia. I spent it down to Koko Bangalore. I said, well, man, what's the plan? Disaster management. I said, what's the plan? But no. Nah, and I will end on this one. This is DeLong. Listen to him, 19 seconds.
Any structure that is in clearly defined alleyways, and the government want to use those places to open it to gain access to the people and the public for safety and development, break it down. Any structure that is in
Bring it down. Councillor, it's up to you, and we're bringing tea after. I know you went off. You can continue, Councillor Gould. Can you unmute, Councillor?
The story, there is a refrain about the executive mansion. They say the truck that usually hauls sand and rock to build a mansion, after the mansion is built, is not usually allowed to ply the street in front of the mansion. This is what we're seeing. I'm ashamed. And look, and I won't be surprised if the senator comes on and apologizes to the Liberian people. This will hurt him so bad, because just as you pointed out, those were the very alleys and structures that he went to moving around. And I remember campaigning with Senator Dillon along with Mr. Cummings and others. And we made the case for him. And I didn't know and think that you hear the arrogance in the statement, and I'm ashamed. But this is what you have. I don't know what has gotten over him, but I'm afraid he's going to have to pay this so dearly, because Liberians will talk about this even onto election day. You cannot say this is not a court process demolition, which is in a different context and construct, because there are some demolitions that have been ordered by the court as a result of providing justice to others that have been denied their property over the years. This is a demolition that's been ordered not by a court process, but by the military using might. And mind you, there's an incident of the military applying the same situation at EBK barracks, and all the land was not owned by them. In fact, at the time, they did not hold a deed to that property. So the Bassa people got involved and they sued them and prevailed. And that's why they ran and built a fence so quickly, because they did not own all the land that they were exercising dominion over. So for a senator to speak in such a manner for the entire county, and then the irony is you want the soldiers to have good housing, but what did you do for them in the budget? Also, you're going to break the houses down. It will take maybe another 3-4 years to build something. So dry dog street. But what it will be eating before the dog gets dry? Eating with anybody stupid here? So all of those things are just part of the ploy. And so I hope Liberians will begin to wake up and see it, that, you must have a plan. If you attempt the presidency, you must have a plan. The other day I was talking with my standard bearer. I said, oh man, if God help you and you get this thing, what are you going to do in it? The man had a book so thick like this and so colorful and well organized. I said, damn, no wonder why he succeeded in the corporate world. He's so organized. You don't just attempt these kind of things. Now you're talking about, bring it down. So why didn't you plan? You knew people were over there. They're citizens. They're not foreigners. You didn't plan on doing anything. Now you make a reckless statement. Too bad. Judgment day is coming. Judgment day is coming.
Thank you very much. I'm going to bring in who I've not spoken. That would be our brother Russell. Russell, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Into it. Let's hear you, brother Russell. You have a question, a statement you need to make. We have Councillor Gould. Sorry, Russell, who are you? I see T came back. Baby T, internet T. You go ahead and we'll bring Russell in later.
Thank you, Stanton. Councillor, I think you made some very good points. A few days, maybe sometime last week, a conversation like this came up about 2 weeks ago when it had to do with Eric Nangbe's property around the city hall and things like that. For me, every time that you have to use power or the law or any type of authority to remove people in a space that belongs to government. It is not about whether or not you should remove them. The question should be about whether or not the government can handle the situation professionally to consider the well-being of the people. I believe it's Article 8 of the Liberian Constitution. They say at all times, the well-being of the Liberian people shall be the primary objective of the Liberian government. So for me, leaders should not speak like that. And one thing that the senator's statement reminds me of is that leadership is not something you can learn on the job. Impression management is not something you can learn on the job. When you are fortunate to be elected by your people, you must remember from whence you come. And Stanton, you made a very excellent point earlier. You said that in those same alleyways, he campaigned there. The thing about it is that I don't think that the senator's intentions are bad, but sometimes people get so sentimental, they get emotional, and they speak words and terms that are good for television. And sometimes they think that it will sound strong and effective. And then they just say it. And then they go home and they cool up and then they regret. So I agree with you, Councillor, that we all hope that the senator would take those words back and that he will apologize to the people that he offended. That's my first point. My last point here is that I think that when it comes to removing the people, at some point in Liberia's history, at some point in Liberia's existence, action has to be taken. So again, it boils down to the manner, the form and manner in which you do it. The government could have put a package together. The government could have dropped leaflets. There's so many ways that the government could have gone about with this, and they should consider immediate way to fix it so that it does not come back to hurt them. The Unity Party government is a great government. I want them to succeed. So when they make mistakes, I will comment on it and I will urge them to fix it. Thank you, Stan.
Yeah, thank you. You got to talk faster, you know, and quicker because your internet is not good. I'm just advising you. You got a very terrible internet, but we pray that you get Starlink, the most expensive one. I see that we're trying to accommodate you, but your internet is very bad. If you can hear me, right? Let me bring in.
You people get 1.2 billion budget. They can buy them on Starlink.
They may. That's the problem we've been having. He won't talk, but he talk again. Finish.
The man is frozen already. The man frozen already.
CMC will donate one Starlink to the government.
Wait. T, can you hear us?
He can hear you. What?
No, the man can hear us?
The man froze us, Stanton.
All right, that's fine. Now
this logo,
my brother is in ice. That man is in ice.
Nelson, can you please take the logo down, my brother? You know what? Keep the logo there because people at T when they come will pull them over there for us to blur their face. They will reposition you. You know, let me put Tamagela there. Let blur Tamagela face. Go ahead, Russell.
Put the logo down, Stanton.
I know how you got it though. Well, you keep it that small. I know how you got it. Go ahead, Russell. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, and it's great being here. And I'd like to say hi to all of the viewers and listeners, and to you, Councillor Gould. I think this is my first time interacting with you. Are you a member of the Frank Gould family? Is that your kin? Is one of your kins?
Yeah, my family, my cousins. Yeah, in Rhode Island. Yeah.
Okay.
Frank, Winston, all of them.
Okay, good deal. Well, great meeting you. And well, okay. So I know my my position. I would just preface what I have to say. You know, I come in peace, and I also come from the vantage point of someone who has worked in urban planning, urban development, not as an engineer, because I'm not an engineer, but as a policymaker. Okay. So there are so many different ways to go about this, and we've written about this so many times, and I will continue to encourage the government. The previous government, I've said this to them, I've said this to this government. We need to activate the urban planning departments within the Ministry of Public Works and the different municipalities in the country. It's a shame that we don't have urban planning. We don't have any respect for urban planning. We see what's happening now because Marshall, for example, we've lost Marshall, right? So we need to focus on places like Charlesville, Royceville, all of these adjoining suburbs and places, and out in the counties. I mean, the only county city that is fully and properly zoned out is in Hopper, but the rest of the country is just a smorgasbord of all kinds of different chaos going on. So we need to do that, to improve our development. Now, the situation that is happening now, right? The government could have approached it so many different ways. I think we all have, have said this, but there is a need for us to exercise eminent domain in many of the situations we have in Liberia to get it right. Okay, I mean, there's just no way about it, and it's sad that it's become a big political football that keep being pushed around all over the place. There were so many different ways to have accomplished this, and I mean, the government chose to do this, but there's no question about it. Something needs to be done. Now, what needs to be done? We can have a conversation as to what the solution is. I think one thing is that I mean, we're dealing with the year now, so we take care. We take care of that. But I think moving forward, we need to activate urban planning and the respect for zoning in our country. I think that would solve the problem moving forward, and don't have a lot of the sort of really toxic situations that we have where people are being put out. Now, do we need to do something about it? Do we need to retrofit a lot of the problems that we have in the city as far as the building in alleyways and doing all of the different things I would see happening that is causing a lot of environmental problems and a lot of health problems. I mean, we do. Now, what that solution is going to be, that's something else. That's a conversation that we can have. But clearly, something needs to be done, and the government has so many different approaches to take to get it done. I would not have approached it the way they're approaching it, but we definitely need to do that. But we need to go back to respecting and appreciating and embracing urban planning and urban development.
So let me ask you before the council get in, though, Russell. We are talking the way in which they don't say break it down. Break it down. And I like the fact that you say you wouldn't have approached it the way in which the government approached it. You got to bring everybody on the round table and find a solution as you try to relocate people. And that's smart of you at the end of your long summer. You bless the people with the holy oil, and we appreciate that. But just to go ahead and say, execute, break it down. And you know what? That's not even Russell. That's not Councilor Gould. That's not people from the outside. That's the senator the people sent to represent them. Liberians are how you got to look at this thing. You send him to find a solution because you're in alleyway. In removing you from alleyway, guess what happened? He will advise the executive, advise the president. Mr. President, don't go this route. We have to help our fellow Liberians. That's a senator that was trying to represent the people. He cared less. He said, take them from there. No, we got to talk about this thing. This is when, look at DeLong. The very people in the alleyway that were supporting him around that car, look at DeLong, to make him senator. He didn't complain then that they were in the alleyway. That night the scales fell from his eyes. People say from Saul to Paul, Paul to Saul, and the face scale dropped. And then the voice from heaven said, Saul, Saul, why thou persecuted me? And he said, who are you? And God said, Go to this street. You will see the man called Ananias. He will tell you what to do. They don't need help. For you to turn your back on your fellow Liberians. You're holding the bag when they were voting. When they were voting, look at all the papers. You didn't know that they were in alleyway. Look at Patrick Honda. Look at Amos Toy at the time. You didn't know they were in alleyway. That today, you say get them out, kick them out. May God have mercy upon us. A representative for the people, by the people, of the people. No solution, kick them out. You are on the floor at the Capitol building today. You could have put a motion there and say, we'll call public work, we'll call disaster management, we'll call LRRC, we'll call finance minister, we'll call everybody. We got to find a solution. No. But you went to OKFM. God bless the journalist. I think that Judah J. May God bless him. And you said, I must talk. I will talk. Break it down. When the old man were walking with the children on the back, imagine during the wartime. They don't say break it down, I care less. Nowhere to sleep in gas station, they're hiding themselves. They don't say break it down, I care less. When they bring food on the children and the children can't go to school no more, they don't say break it down, I care less. Dr. Bobla, welcome to the show. Before we bring you in, let's hear from Councillor Gould. We'll be closing with you, and welcome to the show, Darren. So it's good to see you back. And then we have to move on to all the other story. But you know what? This time is season for everything. Ecclesiastes says it. And that time is coming. Dr. Bobla.
Good evening, Stanton. Look, Stanton, when you call in Councillor Gould, you can't just say Councillor Gould. Because a lot of people, they'll be listening. You got to distinguish, say Councillor Horatio Gould, as opposed to the other Councillor Lafayette Gould.
And that's the problem, yeah. So, Dr. Bobla, the councillor said I shouldn't call him Horatio Gould. I'm going to call him Lafayette. He was the first. He was the first. The name Lafayette and the other people came after he told Lafayette too. So I'm sorry.
Okay. They will start texting him and sending message and tell for the other Gould. So how they build up, he ready for me. They say this man was serving in the government. You know, when they play, I never worked for government before my whole life. But when you call my leader and say that man was working for the government, now he can't talking. All right, but listen, you know, when you represent the people, especially our people, where majority of them are poor people, you know, empathy and compassion must always be sandwiched in whatever you say. You don't need to be dishonest. You speak the truth, but sometimes it's not what you say, but how you say it. I think for me, though, Stanton, what concerns me is that oftentimes we miss the opportunity to transform obstacle into opportunity. So people should not build an alleyway. That's absolutely correct. But that obstacle, you see an opportunity. What's the opportunity? The opportunity is, one, to educate people. Use that as a moment to start educating people all across the country. Let's just start with Montserrat. But two, you know, Winfred made a good point about you know, planning, regional planning. Two, this is an opportunity for people like us who are big advocates for decentralization. See it. Centralized government cannot do this work. You cannot do this work. It is a local government that can send people on the field and say, what are you doing here? Well, you got to get a permit. You can't be here. You can't be here. We have offices where people just sit, but they never go on the field. In the other place where you have stand-up people that go on the field, if you got a paper up on that thing, they'll shut you down. But we don't do it. We just sit down until the problem comes. Then we go and we just want to be reactive. Just like the Zogos over here, you push them away. But they need somewhere to stay. They came to this overcrowded capital and we didn't have a good resettlement plan, so they got nowhere to go. So so you push them from our area, they got to go somewhere else. So it's an opportunity that we just said that we use that, and the government, all of us will look at it as an opportunity. Now is the time to get on the field and to begin to practice. some kind of local government zoning, and we can start here. Yes, it's plenty, but you got to start somewhere. Otherwise, it goes from bad to worse. And you know, Russell, when you said Marshall's gone, it hurt my heart. Because 2 weeks ago, we met with the community to bring a fire station here. We're building a fire station in Marshall, and we're putting a fire truck. But boy, you're right. This beautiful place, we're just messing it up because nobody is organized. You can build, we're making it into an ugly place where it could be beautiful. But we can start somewhere. This is the opportunity. As you're moving people, let's try to mitigate this occurrence again. Let's make it an opportunity to zone our place and empower local government, because they're the only one can. Public work can go all over the country and be trying to do that. Local government can.
Kev, let's finish with you. We'll bring the councillor on. We got to move. Councillor, I want to say thank you for being patient. We'll give you the last word on this. We got others conversation to bring forth. Kev, 10 seconds, Kev, please.
Yes, 10 seconds. Let me just say this. When my government was trying to build a place called the Invisible Park, they had homes there. People were living there. It was a government place. But what my government did, we built homes for those people and relocate them. Never throw them on the street. Build homes. I think this government need to do that. That's all I want to say, Stan.
Councillor, take it away. Let's see what we create this topic.
Well, look, you can't intellectualize the plight of people. We can come and talk about it. These people are feeling the real pinch and the suffering that was brought onto them. Now, let's be real here. If government is continuity, now let's ask a question. Where was the government when these people were building in these different alleyways? Were they derelict at the function? Why didn't they stop them? They didn't come there overnight. Could they have stopped them? A lady is in the video saying she spent well over 500,000. You know, if you spend about 500,000 US dollars on a project, it would take some time, especially that kind of infrastructure that was there. So did they have people that were just turning a blind eye and waiting to devastate people? These are the critical questions, running questions that we have to answer. And for you to just sit down and say, oh, look, that government place will keep the people out, it's a height of irresponsibility. Because you can't say that you will enforce a part of the bargaining process and from the other party, but you fail to carry out your duties involved in the same process. You are supposed to regulate the zoning laws. Where were you when these people were building? Like Dr. B is saying, were you just sitting in the office and you were waiting for people to put up structures so you can come and knock it down? This is tyranny. You don't do that. Besides, these are your citizens. You should have a plan. So we can talk about all the city planning we want to do. You have to meet the country where it is to be able to affect the change. If you come with this superficial knowledge of knowing everything and want to superimpose them on the folks here, they will resent it. You have to be able to bring it to them so they'll embrace it. That is why the past governments have brought about, for example, in the extractive industry, they will say, look, you go to the community, talk to the community dwellers, strike an agreement before you come, we can do you X, Y, Z. So you don't have this kind of friction. That's what a responsible government will do. You look at the problem, you say, okay, let's try to address it. You have to provide alternative. How you will take a baby man from that place because you say you want to build place for soldier people, which is not bad. You should also increase the pay and get them good health care. That she have to be sleeping in car and sleeping in gas station with young children. How is that immune? So you're solving one problem and creating several other problems. Doesn't it seem like missed priorities to you? And now we should be celebrating and you leave the place, jumping yellow necktie and all those kind of things, and you're going and jumping around and you think we should be happy. If they are taking care of all these things, perhaps the opposition will be celebrating with them today. But we got too much to be crying about than to be celebrating nothing because they've hurt our people. That is the message. So look, I believe even if this government buy helicopters and bring it to do to water farms and do other things, it will not help them. It's just too late. You know, it's just too late. They could build one hospital in every neighborhood and do all of these things. It's just too late, my friend. It's just too late. People know it's superficial. You don't do things like this. Then you say we should to do. Look, when I saw the mattress from 3B Hospital, I was crying. And you want to be talking? I saw that mattress, I swear. I thought the mattress was from the dump.
They said that you got the people dying. You see that thing? You see the diaspora? You see the Maria? You see the sun? I see it. I see it. And the Maria, I see blood. All the want to no more and no tassel. Let us see it. Yeah, when you talk, they said a government, a literature. Why you are there hospital, you're not going to buy any tissue. Government do all. Then you have to get a bird. Yeah. When you talk, they say we'll fire you. So I stay so if they fire me, so that the president not that the brother know, or when I was Jamaica know, I don't want to send here.
Hey man. And we both people sitting on this kind of network. Toilet tissue again, my friend. You heard it, man. Toilet, look at that kind of mattress. I thought it came from the dumper. It's from hospital, government hospital. Then we celebrating, my friend. What sense of pride? What's the priorities? We got it so mixed up. And so how can we rejoice? I would have bought a yellow necktie myself today. But how can I do it with that kind of mattress over there? It reminds me about Ebola time, my friend. That mattress looked like 2-3 person down there were not even washed. My man, I'm ashamed, man. This got nothing to do with politics, my friend. I'm ashamed. Yeah. And then somebody said, go break it down.
The legislature are supposed to ensure oversight on these things, are wearing yellow clothes and going to the press to the executive mansion. So I don't know.
But okay, yeah, I understand. What about the government itself? They got voted for throughout the country. What about the government? The legislature, they got voted in specific segments of the country. What about the government? The president said I got the votes all over the country. They don't have conscience.
There you.
They don't have conscience. They drink. Look, why are you buying big cars for government officials? Those people make the highest salary, they can buy their own cars. You need to transform this country. Why are you buying scratch cars for people that make the biggest salary?
So it seems to be that you're going to take the ride with us to the end of the show because
let me take the ride, man.
Yeah, so I want to bring everybody on quickly. Darius will get to you shortly. I'd like to say again, welcome to Spoon Talk. We're going to do the next segment. It is very, very disturbing. Councilor, let me ask you a quick question, and then I want us to talk about the awesome case involving Funati Kofa, Texan Sibo, Abu Kamar, and the rest of them. We know the story. But before we leave this, Councilor, do you think there's any hope for this government to turn things around? Are there any hope out there? Can this government turn things around? Forget that you're chairman for ANC. Are we seeing any light at the tunnel here? From one problem to another problem? And the things the government celebrating mediocre stuff. And you understand that, like, I would be revealing the other project, $5.1 billion project, like you saw me, I put up on this stuff right here, you know, the Jose Yema Barca Senior Regional University of Science and Technology. Where is it? I know, but maybe other people can go find it themselves. 5.1 million given to the same person, no PPCC building as alleged. But are there any hope left now? 3 years in this government. Are there any hope? Not because you're opposition. Is this government performing well? The yellow machine law is now done. It's over. It's quiet. Everybody feeling with the yellow machine fever, yellow fever. Are there any hope here? Are you seeing any hope?
Look, as patriotic Liberians, we'll always have hope. We'll be optimistic that some kind of lightning can strike and miracle can take place. But you see the trend, my friend. It will be wishful thinking. You see the trend. You were just revealing about things happening to other places, LPRC and other places. You see the trend. It doesn't seem like people will reverse course. But we are hoping that they do good, because if they do good by our people, they will raise the bar, raise the standards, and then we got to campaign on other issues so our people will benefit and the country will be good. If Liberia does well, I will do good in my practice. But the truth is, they're not on that trajectory. The path, the assets by which they're on, it seems that we're going down south. And this is just a fact. And they will come and bring graphs and talk all those sweet, sweet stuff to you. It's not making sense to the guy in Bukonjida or Wizon. It's not making any sense. That's why when we even on this network that is really listened to, we need to tune down the conversation in a way that it will get to people. Because believe you me, Spoon is making a significant impact in the lives of people, especially when it comes to information. So we have to find a way to bring it down so that people will understand that sometimes people will come on the network with too much series, the series so heavy, and sometimes it's not doing good for the country. So let them tune it down. I'm sure all of us will talk the series, but we can try to bring in the stuff that people will listen, because you are now playing a frontier role. You are a trailblazer. So we want to, acknowledge that and acknowledge you to continue to do that. So we got to bring the conversation down that it will resonate with our people. This is not helping, my friend. And they will come and say, look, you're talking politics because you ANC, man. I'm doing good practice. Thankfully, my brother built a brand. My father worked there. We have several circuit judges that came through this firm, and so I will be fine. How much do you need to really live? I'll be fine. That's not a problem. I know more about the yellow machine than many persons, because it's my client I won the bid. But that's separate. This is my political life. It has nothing to do with my legal life. But the point that we are making, my friend, is that we cannot have our people live this way. Our people poor. You see somebody selling 1,500 biscuit in the street whole day so that they will get $75 to go cook food. In Liberia, this kind of time, my friend, you go buy biscuit, that the total cost of the biscuit are 1,500 Liberian dollars. And that person honored the sun for 4 hours because they will generate $75 profit. If they can sell 2 packs of it, they get $150, they can go home for the day. And then we should be celebrating, my friend. We need to talk more and talk in a manner that they will resonate and reach to the nooks and corners of this country, so that people will get sensitized and do the right thing. Because oftentimes, when we have the chance to vote, we go and just do foolishness to the pool. And we are part of some of the problems, but we can't give up on Liberia.
Jacob, let's do this round. Again, we want to say thank you very much, Councillor Gould. Jacob?
Yes. So yeah, just to wrap up, I think we have a huge problem here. The idea about building a democracy. And to be honest, I was really touched today by what I saw from the lawmakers. To be honest, and I keep repeating it because I just think it's a huge letdown. The essence of we pay what? This country, we pay from our tax dollar, we pay almost $50 million every year for this legislature. And why are we benefiting? What's the value for that money we pay as a country to make the legislature function? Only for the legislature to become the executive at the same time, then better we just get rid of the legislature and then send all of them to the executive, and they can hopefully then we don't have to spend $50 million, we can save some money. Because the role of the legislature, I will see, for example, in American democracy, the role of Congress and all of places is so critical, it's so vital. to ensuring that we have check and balance, that we have effective oversight. And most of the lawmakers don't even know this. And maybe when you go to the legislature, I think they need 2 weeks of orientation that they do at the law school, some rigorous orientation for people to get educated so that they know their roles and responsibilities before taking seat at the legislature. You can come from your party, but your form of becoming a partisan is different. You have to be more subtle. You have to contribute to the executive by helping the president deliver through the means of checks and balance and effective oversight. We are even hearing concerns about most of these equipment coming here, they will be substandard. So we need effective legislative oversight to ensure that there is value for money, that the critical questions are asked about how this equipment, how this public asset will be efficiently and effectively utilized. We were hearing some kind of talking about additional $4 million needed to fund the management of this thing, more and more burden on the poor Liberian people and going forward. And we see some of that with Senator DeLong. He is a member of the legislature, but sometimes he forgets and he still thinks that he works at the executive. When he speaks like the way he spoke today about removing houses from the alleyway and stuff like that, these people forget. That's not a role. There's a president will say, "Oh, move all the people from the alleyway," but the legislator have to say what is going to be relieved from a constituency.
Thank you very much.
No.
Thank you. Well, Councillor, you're a lawyer. We're happy to have you, especially on today's conversation. We want to bring in the fanatic co-founder of the Austin Capitol building case, right? Let's make this a topic quickly. Everybody will have the chance to ask the one powerful question. Listen, the government asking for the case to be taken out of Moserado. Councillor, is that strange to you? This government gave reason, media coverage. They are saying the people that they will be bringing in as jury, the minds, and know more about this story. We have LEC in the country now in Moserado. They don't want us to do this on an LEC. They won't do it in the darkness. They're going way beyond Brooklyn today. And everybody know about this because everybody listen to Spoon and follow Spoon. We have discussed it so much, so people in the interior not following Spoon. And so many different reasons they are giving. But Councillor, let's talk about the legality here. What say you, the government that say they have the strongest position, geospatial evidence, video recording, that planted people to the crime scene and saw people, committing the act, now asking why an appeal was taken because of this bad day juror. The appeal was taken to the Supreme Court. The government is not waiting. The government said, please, we need to transfer this case outside of Moserado. What say you, sir?
Well, look, first, let me say that as all Liberians, and meaningful Liberians, I condemn the burning of the Capitol building. But as a trained lawyer, you ought to know that when you proffer cases before the courts, you have to have the investigation. Now, while it is within the rights of all parties before the court, both the plaintiff and the defendant, to try to seek change of venue, it is not commonly done from the plaintiff side, especially in criminal cases, because the government is presumed to be the almighty and the lesser vessel in criminal matters is the defendant. For the government now to be crying and say, let's find somewhere else to go, for me, it speaks volume, because I would think that the defendant would say, no, maybe the case in Monrovia will be prejudiced. There are a lot of people here, and they're trying to take it somewhere else. This is not normal. You see, my brother was a career prosecutor for many years. He won't make these kind of move for a long time unless he was defending a person. So I don't know what they have and what they're doing, but the optics of all of this is not good. And these are not unimportant things that happen in criminal matters. You have to be concerned about the optics of it as well. So if you have evidence, you should be prepared to proffer your case, especially in the jurisdiction that the crime occurred. for you now to be asking for change of venue is a shame, knowing very well that the spoon talk is a nationwide conversation. They will be talking it everywhere. Why would you want to take it? So the only safe place, I'm not even sure, Stanton, whether Nigeria people will not hear, have not heard about this, because this was major matter that happened in this country. So unless they will take it to heaven or hell somewhere, I'm not sure. Put the evidence forward. If those people are the doer of the act, they will be convicted. If not, exonerate them. Prosecution is not about having conviction anyhow. It's about allowing people to have their fair day in court. In fact, the law is written in a way that in criminal matters, you have an option to be judged by your peers. That not the judges will principally convict you. It's your peers. People will say, look, we believe that the guy did it or he didn't do it. And they render a verdict and in most cases confirmed by the judge. The judge just guides the legal process in criminal matters unless it is waived by the defendant.
Do you think the judge will grant the government request? Yeah.
Well, knowing all that I know, I think the judge will grant the government's request for a change of venue. I mean, if people come before you as a judge and say, transfer the thing, we don't want you to hear it, we don't want it to be here, why would you want to be seen as you are hell-bent on trying to hear a matter? You will profit.
What can the defendant do here?
They have a lot of options. They have a lot of options. They are the weaker vessel. They can resist by saying it will be difficult for the witnesses to travel to those other counties, and so the deference should be given to them to be able to bring the witnesses. It will be difficult for them. It will be impractical for the witnesses to go to those other counties, and taking them somewhere else will deny them justice. And because the defendants are the ones who will bear the time for the crime, if convicted, the court has to yield to them.
That's another appeal to the Supreme Court, correct?
Yes. Because
we spoke to our associates to get Grand Bassa, Grand Cape Ma, and that of McGibby Circuit Court. That if the court grant the government request, one of those three counties will be hosting and this trial. So let me bring the guys in. And I'm going to start with you, Darius. You are all over this thing today, quickly, and then we'll go to the rest of the team, Kev Hassan, Tato Bopla, and everyone else. We will do this on the fire situation. Then we'll bring our attention back. It's good to have you to Samuel Twe and Claudia. Let's get your own perspective on those cases as well. Darius.
Yeah, so thank you and good evening to all of the panelists. I think, CEO, what is happening here is that the government, the prosecution is clearly indicating to the Liberian people that they don't have any evidence, because this is a case that gone over a year or close to a year now. In the time meaning, while the case on, the prosecution filed for disbandment of the jury. Now the appeal was taken before the Supreme Court by the defense, saying that it is illegal. While they are there, the prosecution is saying for no media interference, nobody should hear about the case. They are going to hire or select people from in the interior that have no knowledge about this case to be the juror, so that they can easily manipulate the juror in those counties to render a guilty because they don't, a guilty verdict because they don't have evidence. But what is concerning to me is the amount of money. This prosecution in the capital bidding case, if you check the budget, the prosecution budget under Ministry of Justice, we are talking about over $5.4 million that have been allotted 2025, 2026. Meanwhile, the capital building John Chima that got burned, if you also check the budget,
There is 3.6 million for 2026 renovation and modernization of the Capitol building. 2025, there was another budget. Prince Moyi, the chair on Senate Ways Means, announced 1.8 million. So you're talking about almost 10 million of the Liberian people taxpayer money just beyond the one Capitol building case. And then every day, the prosecution is either requesting to disband jury or want to carry the case to Bokon Jire. And that is the clear indication that they don't have evidence. Those people they're holding perhaps did not commit the crime, because the juror should be convinced by the evidence, not interference, fear, and all of that. So that is my own comment on that. We see how the defense go out.
Thank you. Dr. Bopler, before we get to Kev, let's hear you. The government have asked for a change of venue, but the reason they gave, and I'm trying to put this up, they are talking about you, people are listening to you, Dr. Bopler, and you're having greater influence on them. People are listening to us, other radio station. Yeah, you know, therefore they believe that they have been tampered with the minds of those selected jurors. Let's hear you, Dr. Bopler. Do you have questions or statement for Councillor Gould?
Well, yeah, I think I'll just ask the councillor, since I am not one, so you would clarify for our listening audience, because I believe asking for a change of venue is not abnormal in these matters. You know, the prosecutor can do that. The defense can do that too, depending on circumstances. But councillor, is there anything abnormal here to ask for a change of venue, to move the case from here to there? And what may be some of the reasons that lawyers would do that?
There's nothing abnormal. Sometimes local prejudice, the availability of witnesses, and all of those things can trigger the request for change of venue. Usually, this is a right afforded to all parties, but it's usually exercised, mostly, I should say, exercised by defendants. But it's a right accorded to all parties, and so it's not unusual here, so to speak.
Thank you, Councillor. I have no other questions, Standard.
Yeah, Kev, let me bring you in, Kev.
Yes, Stanton, let me encourage one thing quick, Councillor Gould. We don't know if that somebody burned the Capitol building. That's what the government say. So we don't know if that somebody burned it. The government said that. Well, one important thing we need to look at in this case. On day one, the president pointed his finger and he called the incident that he blamed it on the opposition, and he called them hooligans. And you know what the president speak? It's a policy statement. And now we see the maneuvering going on in order to find the hooligans. They got to bring the hooligans to the president because that's the command the president gave them. Councillor, that's the command. Without any investigation, Councillor, the president called the case. He judged the case. And now the prosecutors are under that pressure, obligated to bring the hooligans to the president. So what happened? They had the jury, like Dara said. They said they don't like them. They don't like them. They don't want them because what they were saying, it was not in line with what the president wanted. So they say they don't want them. The judge say, okay. They bring other jury, try to and talk to them. They couldn't find who will buy that case because nobody can take, because that one of Stanton's main thing he always asks, put John on the crime scene. They cannot put Kofa and others on the crime scene. So they're trying to take this out of the city, thinking in their head that folks in Grand Bassa or other place not listening to Spoon, not listening to nobody, and they will play their games. Councilor, let me ask you this. You think it's proper for the president to judge the case before the case being held in the court of law? And
okay,
if not,
thank you.
If not, why the president did that?
Well, I don't think I can answer for why he did that. You have to address that question to maybe the president or the minister of state if they can speak for the president. But you know, I got the drift. You know, in a country like ours, where the president's statement is so weighty, it will be a mature thing not to opine on those kind of matters so as not to prejudice them. And so I think the president may spoke. I think he spoke from an emotional standpoint, because all Liberians, as myself, were very, very, very displeased when we saw the Capitol building, get up in flames. But the fact of the matter, as a president, I think he should have exercised a little more restraint and not provide an opinion on a matter that was already subjected to investigation. So because once he does that, then it puts the investigation in serious jeopardy, especially if they come with finding that supports or corroborate what he has previously suggested. They will say because the president said so. If the investigation finds something otherwise, it will say these people went against what the president saw, and they could be opposition collaborators. So you don't do that. I think his handlers didn't handle him well on that aspect. That is not something I will advise anybody that I'm around to do, because you're waiting. As president, a lot of things you can't do because you have so much power. There will be some of your rights that will have to curtail, and they didn't handle him well, and it's quite unfortunate that he had to speak the way he spoke.
Thank you very much. Well, welcome, Councillor Lafia B. Boutros of Lafia Boutros Senior. The Spoon panelists, not the guests. But let me come to you, Jefferson Chessie. Do you have a question on this topic, Jeff?
Yes, Stanton. Not really a question. I think I just want to make a statement, but I got a question for Councillor Gould. But let me just make a statement on this entire change of venue request by the government. You see, Stanton, under the Liberian judicial structure, our criminal jurisdiction is geographically assigned. If the crime occurs in Monrovia, then ordinarily it should be tried in Montserrat County. But for the government to be seeking, change of venue, it shows that maybe they are dissatisfied with the judge, or they fear that the ruling might not be in their favor, or they are attempting to influence the jury composition. I mean, the government knows that they cannot win this case on the law. So they are trying to change location to avoid public scrutiny. Let me tell you something, Stanton. The Capitol building is a national symbol. In that case, it has a major political implication. To keep the trial in Monrovia means there will be intense media coverage. There will be public attention. There will be strong, maybe civil society presence, covering the entire hearing. So the government knows that they cannot win on the law. The government wants to move the case away from the people because the facts cannot withstand the public scrutiny. This is the simple reason why this government is fighting to move this case. They want the public eyes to be removed from the case completely. And that's the simple reason. Chairman Gould, my question might not be squarely on the Capitol building case, but I just need you, since you're here, before you leave, to address this particular issue I think you need to address. So, Mr. Chairman, you were a prominent member of the former Collaborating Political Parties Alliance before the 2023 elections. The President Weah administration, during the administration, the opposition repeatedly accused the government of serious issues, including the 16 billion narrative, allegations surrounding the death of auditors, the claims about disappearance of missing boys, and accusation that the president, we are personally built condominiums using state resources. Given your past role in the opposition bloc, looking back now, Mr. Chairman, do you stand by that opposition characterization of those issues, or do you believe now that some of those claims were hugely exaggerated for political advantage?
Thank you very much. I was saying we allow the councillor, please, councillor, answer that at the end. I know you will take that into consideration. Let's finish. We got 3 legal cases we want you to address quickly, so we don't want to divert the conversation. Please, let's stay with this awesome case, Samuel Toy case, and that of Cllr.
So you answered before leaving, right?
Yes.
So let me answer. I think it's a combination of both. I earnestly think it's a combination of both. There were instances where unexplained structures were being put up, and your government did not do anything to provide the clarity. You were under obligation to provide the kind of explanation that the Liberian people needed, and you failed to do that, and you want me as an opposition to play your role. That's absurd. And secondly, perhaps the 16 billion situation, maybe some money got missing. Of course, we believe that. Maybe it's not 16 billion, maybe 25 million got missing. But all of that was incumbent upon you to clarify, and you failed to do that. So, I mean, it's belated that you asking me now what I believe or I didn't believe. It doesn't really serve your purpose. You feel like what you should have done, you were derelict at your function. You were a government that was supposed to bring people up to speed what you were doing. You failed to do that, and the CPP capitalized on it. And today you're out of power. And
sorry. I just want you to answer. I said, look.
No, I beg you, sir.
Answer the question. Except you want to
put Emmanuel, George. We got to stick with this.
I answer the question.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Let's stick with this case. This is a big case. It's a landmark case. Emmanuel, George, you know that. They don't change the venue because it feed that media influence very hard in Monserrato. People will tamper with the jury. The process will not be fair to the government. But what are your concerns? Do you have any question for Councillor Gould?
Yeah, not question but comment. There is a movie called My Uncle Fanny. It's a movie about a case in a little village that became, and the media had to go there because of how popular it became at the end of the day. So this case is a national case. There are 213 licensed media institutions in Liberia. There is no way you carry that case anywhere that those 213 media houses will not follow you. So if the government is afraid of popularity, imagine taking a case to a village that is going to have 230 media houses following it in that village. So the popularity they're running away for, they're going to face it. The second thing is this. The technicality of the case should also determine the literacy level of the counties that the lawyers want to take the case to, because of the intricacy of different things they're going to be speaking to. So let's look at the literacy rate. Grand Bassa County, 42.6%. Cape Mount County, 42.3%. Magibi Trasmore, 58.8%. Moserado County literacy rate is 74.1%. Why would you want to remove a highly technical case from the county that have the highest literacy rate to counties that have less literacy rate? I find it difficult to understand. But the two reasons that they have put forward, media is going to follow any case that is important. When anywhere you don't have a media presence, it means what you're doing over there is not important. Any court they take that case to, the media is going to follow them. And the second thing they are saying that, how to call it, sorry, I'm trying to get the second reason, intense public scrutiny. This case is a public case. There's nowhere in Liberia that there will be the scrutiny of this thing. And again, as I said, because the literacy rate is low in that area, the people you're going to find to be jurors will be people who have followed this case since it took place. So again, I will conclude by saying this. I think the prosecution does not want this case to go to trial. I believe they are delaying this case because they may not have the evidence that they have been clamoring about over time. And that's the reason. Because most cases is the defense that keep postponing. But in this very case, when my brother T Wangalo them, they keep postponing the case, and Tama from Foya, they keep postponing this case, the case. Why are they postponing it?
I hope they're not giving me a chance to rebut.
so I mean, the two things that they are arguing on, I don't see that these two things will still follow them any part of the country they want to go to. Thank you.
Well, what is hidden here, Councillor, before we bring in Lafayette Gould and Winfred Russell? People are concerned about the hidden message here, Councillor. In the middle of the night, go to all the town chiefs. Tell them, say, I don't make the president shame. You'll tell your children, we'll put in there to be juror. You know, you'll give this to the president, and the president will build your roads and build new schools. I mean, listen, nobody's stupid, Councillor. Nobody's stupid yet. If the government cannot win this case in Moserado, and you take this case outside of Moserado, we know what happened. Look what happened in Lofa. My brother Lafayette was in Lofa. The case with LCC and the president of Lofa and the Bishop Reverend, it got dismissed. Cllr was in there 24/7. I mean, this is an embarrassment on the government part. Money, millions of dollars. We know that it's okay, you can ask for change of venue. But they're going to go way beyond Jade. In Grand Cape Man. Maybe in the forest, I get all the Burkina bees and put them there and say, you can be the juror yet. Maybe they're going to go way in somewhere in Seleleki, somewhere in Magibi, that no daylight, no internet. So what's the government hiding? Call all the town chief and say, listen, the internal affairs minister will come and talk to y'all. Your children won't go to school, yeah. You want water, right? Yeah. You want electricity in your village, yeah. You don't want to make the president shame, you go ahead. These people are coming will bring the case here. You'll say they get it. They burn the Capitol building. Oh, yeah? Yeah. Nobody's stupid. These are people insinuations. Why are you running from the media? Why are you running from the LDC that are not even stable in Moserado County? It will be stable there. Forget it. You can't get it there. But the Liberian people need to know this. What kind of government are we operating? True party government? This is pure justice jungle justice. They are taking us in the jungle. I mean, these guys are afraid to talk. How can we trust our court system? If the government have overwhelming evidence beyond all reasonable doubt, and nobody will tell me, say, but the government get ready to go in the interior. I agree. We pass that. But if the government have overwhelming evidence, the one that can move the heaven and earth, why are you running around? You disbar the jury. You say you don't believe in them. You start looking for reason not to get this into trial and get it over with. Stay looking for reason. You ask for millions of dollars to give it to you. What kind of justice system is this? But that's my own. That's my own, Councilor. Let's give it back to you, and then we'll bring the rest of the guys. It's like if Fonati is guilty, oh, Dixon Sibo, but I will add this, Councilor, before you come in, right? So the government and people in the government reach out to Dixon Sibo, Fonati Kofa, Abu Kamara, and the rest of them, and say, just open there, apologize, go and see the president and apologize to him. Then the president will pardon you guys and trash the entire case. Just go and apologize to President Bwaga. So I was in a conversation, I said, apologize for what? If you apologize, you're guilty. But you don't want to make the puppet shame. You go apologize and let the puppet get pardon you and we'll move on. Hey man, the bishop, I won't call the bishop here, the bishop met them. The bishop said he was sent. But I can call the bishop here, I don't care. The bishop, you know me. Maybe the councilor, Lafayette go and say, don't do it, we'll charge you for Labia or Libia. I get Labia, well, that's what it is. Labia, Labor Pay. But imagine, they tell him for that, he said, go apologize to President Bwaga. They told Dixon Sibo and said, Papa will pardon you guys. For what? Who burned the building down? We want to know. Who was there? We want to know. We don't need no apologists yet. Have this thing in Monrovia. Let be there 24/7. But you know what? I can promise the Liberian people, even if they go under the ground 6 feet, I'm not going there with central journalists and there because I'm ready to go 6 feet yet.
We'll say Damo and Darius to go.
Yeah, we're sitting there. But this is shameful, man. Councilor, take it away, though. Take it away, Councilor.
Well, look, first, let's be fair to the conversation, though. This is a request that they can make. As I said earlier, this is a right that's usually exercised by the defendant. It doesn't indicate the fact that the others will ask for it. And also, let's not forget, though, that the government could be talking to the defendants and saying, striking a deal with them and say, apologize. Maybe we will not null persecute the case. I mean, we'll null persecute the case so that we don't try you because the president will not exercise the pardon power until conviction, something like that. But they can do that. Even in the U.S., sometimes the FBI have so much evidence, they will say, look, you do this, confess judgment, and then we'll give you a lighter sentence. So all of these things are part of the legal wrangling, if you would, for lack of a better word. But the optics of about all of these things is just bad. Because if the crime occurred here and you have all the evidence, you want to proffer it here. It seems to me that the defense should be crying and the government is crying. If you have overwhelming evidence, it shouldn't matter really where you try the case, because don't forget, the case most likely will be tried by peers, ordinary citizens. So for you to want to change it will give some of the appearance, as we're discussing now, that they want to manipulate the trial. So I think it's ill-advised. I think they should try the matter here unless there are other reasons other than the ones they're given. Because the defense really should be crying. But the defense want to try the case here. They were successful in disbanding the first set of jurors they had. They'll have some new ones, and they all will have opportunity to pick the jurors. You don't just pick the juror and say, come now to trial. All the parties are involved in getting the jurors and panel. So that's an opportunity for them. It doesn't look good, but it's not illegal here. If the judge rules and say they will send the case to another county, all the circuits, and one thing, the circuits are in the urban portion of the various counties. So it's not like they're in the woods, in the interior somewhere where there will be black dog. If it goes to Bassa, it will be tried in Buchanan at the circuit court too. If it goes to Bummy, it will be tried at the circuit court. So it's not like it's going to go to, Huizon somewhere there or beyond number 3C. So let's be fair about the trial. I will not use this kind of trial tactics if I were working in the government, and my cause will maybe speak to that. He's been in persecution for some time. That's not something you want to do, because just the appearance of on even playing field sometimes can work prejudice to your matter, because no matter where you select the jurors from, they're part of society, and there's a bit of influence that can occur in these situations. So you always want to look as though you are doing the right thing. You are proffering a case of persecution, not persecution, and therefore you want to do it like this. I think on this one, they're losing out, and they needed to rethink the strategy, but it's unfortunate now we are discussing it like this.
You are still on mute, Stanton.
Thank you. Let's play exactly what the chief prosecutor say here, and then we'll go down a bubble. You give that announcement once we get to you. I know you're bringing some folks on tomorrow, correct? Is that tomorrow that to Brooklyn? I believe tomorrow or Saturday you'll give that announcement, and Winfrey also bringing some folks on this weekend. Let me go ahead and play this quickly.
Wherever they want, so that they will know that we are not hiding anything, and we told them we have more than evidence to prove our case. So we are the state.
What were this issue of a torture which the defendant keep talking about?
There is nothing in torture. Nobody tortured them. They knew from here. They went to the court. From the court, they provided the evidence. How would a man provide the evidence before you carry him to torture him? Torture him to gain what? There was nothing. There was no need for torture. They have provided the evidence. Their phone were analyzed, and so there was no need for torture.
The court had. So there we have it, though. So, Councillor, I know your person coming on, but there we have it. If these evidence are overwhelming evidence, why are you running up and down? Let me break it. Go ahead. No,
this is an option that they want to use. Now, mind you, if you have a trial, these are all trial tactics. If you have a trial and you get some information, whether credible or not, you don't want to wait until you find out whether it's credible, because it might hurt your case. I'm sure they are reacting to some intelligence that they may have gotten. This would not just be out of the blue. I mean, let's be frank here. They are reacting to some kind of intelligence, whether it's right or wrong. They're reacting to something, and so they are trying to err on the side of caution to ensure that they don't lose this case, because the configuration of the jurors were not from an equitable standpoint. So that's why they're taking this. But as it plays out in the public sphere, it is deducting from them, because you're not supposed to be unmindful of how these things will play out, even though they are legal matters. You ought to be concerned about how they play out. Mind you, the state is a powerful is the all-powerful prosecuting arm of the entire country, and therefore, if you have the state trying to change venue on you, then it doesn't look good. It is the same as when you go to court. I had a matter where the guy was trying to claim support for his wife because she was making more money, and he was trying to claim support for her. I mean, everybody was joking the guy. Man, move on here, man. Why you get work for your own money that a woman will support you? The man ain't got shame and all of those kind of things. It's just about the same scenario. If the government is not trying to change venue because it feels that it will be, cheated or prejudiced in a case, it doesn't look good for them, even though this is a right that they have. So, it just appears to me like the guy who's trying to get a woman to support him because she makes more money. Shame.
Okay.
Shame.
Yeah. Okay, Chairman. Good. Thanks. This stand on step aside, so I will take control for now. And exercise some power here. All those who always agree with me, I'm going to send them in the bar right now. All right, no, I'm just kidding. But yeah, Councillor Gould, you wanted to make a point or two, so maybe we'll hear from
okay, so let me say good evening. Sorry for coming late. I think because spoken much about the issues, it is the law. We first need to let the public know that the law requires or the law gives either party the right to ask for change of venue, and the law gave three grounds. I don't know whether cause touch on those grounds, but I would like to at least just allow the public to know the grounds under which you can ask for change of venue, and that is in section 5.7 of the Criminal Procedure Code. If the county in which the prosecution is pending is not one of the counties specified in 5.1, that means it's not one of the counties that is connected to the commission of the crime. Either the person who committed the crime may be living in that county, or he committed the crime in another county, right? So that's the situation we're talking about. If there is reason to believe that an impartial trial cannot be had in the county in which it is pending, an impartial trial, a trial that would not be fair, the duty of the prosecutor is to ensure that justice is done to the extent where he finds evidence, even while the trial is ongoing, he finds evidence to prove the guilt to prove the innocence of the accused. He's required to produce that evidence to free that person. That's what the maxim says. It is better to allow 100 or 99 criminals to go free than to convict an innocent soul. So is that the case? So double local prejudice. Then the third one is if all the parties agree, both the defense and the prosecution agrees, and if the convenience of material witnesses and the ends of justice will be promoted thereby. So these are the three grounds. But I would like to just correct my cause first. In criminal trial, it is the state out of 10 cases, 8 of those cases, where you talk about change of venue come from the state. The state always have a segment of the public against it. That's why you hear people who defend defendants. The people can turn it around and call them poor man lawyer. The actual poor man lawyer are the prosecutors, because they are representing victims. But because it is government, the people don't look at the victim that has been, and the person that has been victimized. So they call all rich lawyers, right? And the person who is accused is the person who represents the court, will represent somebody now. The court calls poor man lawyer. That's how it is. So the prejudice is always there. And especially so if the person have a political, or connection, forget it. So in most of the cases, the prosecution will be the one to ask for change of venue. The only thing we'll look at is whether the grounds fit within the grounds and provided for in the statute. So you can change venue anywhere. Like take for example, we have the Nizi Bawe case, the mercenaries case. Obviously, it was in Grand Jide and Ivory Coast. From Grand Jide to Ivory Coast, all the training was in Grand Jide, but we brought the case to Monrovia. Why? Because there were meetings that were held in Monrovia, in Monrovia County also, that consummated the crime and extended to Grand Jide and also to Ivory Coast. That's what you call territorial jurisdiction. So you can bring a case to another county based on several factors. But yes, it is the law that either party can ask for change of venue. The state, in its wisdom, they choose to ask for change of venue. If they if they give the appropriate grounds, it is expected that the court could grant it. What I don't know is whether they ever asked for change of venue from during the first trial. Because if they asked for change of venue during the first trial and that motion was denied, this motion will be called what we call res judicata. The court has ruled on it already. There's going to be no change of venue. You'll be wasting your time. Because this new trial that's going on is not about the people pleading. No, they have already pleaded to the rate. The only thing that you're going to do now is to reconstitute the jury. And then you read the indictment to that jury. So you're not going to have new post-trial motion and no. And when you change venue, when these things happen, except in the case where maybe a new trial, like the Supreme Court will award a new trial, it's okay, this is a mistrial. There's not something like a new trial. The Supreme Court reverse a verdict and say, go back for trial de novo. This is a mistrial. So the only thing that is required to be done is for a new jury to be impaneled. We did that in the mercenaries case, and we've done that in several other cases. So if they asked for change of venue during the first trial, and that venue motion was denied, you can come out and ask for change of venue again because the court had decided on it already. But if not, you can decide now based on the rules that based on the law, and if the facts that they're giving.
Oh, Gerard, because you mean like ANC man, he will talk the whole show now.
Yeah.
No, the man is providing.
The man is down. That man is down. No, the man is down.
Your own bad Jesse, don't make flower me. Don't let us get in trouble, man. I beg you.
The man providing enlightenment to the public.
I ain't any political party. So
the man is down. I got the man left out.
Oh, the man left is.
I haven't spoken.
I think we need to hear Tama. I think we have not heard Tama for a while.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, new moderator, acting CEO, acting former CEO. It's always a pleasure. Look, it's good to have the two learned counselors on the show, and Councillor Lafayette B. Gould. Thank you for that education for our public. It's really good for people to understand. But in your assumption, you say if there was a request to move the trial. That hasn't been done. But I think there are three cardinal reasons here why the prosecution, the state is requesting for this case to be moved. First of all, they started, you might talk about the two reasons, but he didn't talk about the third. The media coverage, media scrutiny, the public scrutiny or pressure. But the most important reason is the attempt to influence the jury. I think that's the most important reason here. Because we know that the first jury in this case, and I'm no lawyer, counsel, I did business law, in business school. But the third cardinal reason is when a jury has been disbanded from a previous trial, from a previous, constitution, you know that there is fire in the hole. This is a high-profile case. Remember the people who have been indicted in this case, including the former speaker and sitting representative. These people have money. These people have influence. So they try to influence the jury. Now, I'm not accusing anyone, but this is why the first jury was disbanded. Now the state is saying if we continue to hold this case in Maserati, the same things may happen. A reason why they are asking. The second thing I'm going to say is that Liberian law remains the same wherever you go, whether you go to Magibi, whether you go to Bon, whether you go to Lofa County, right? It remains the same. So in my view, I don't think, and Councillor Horatio Gould shared earlier that the defense should be crying.
Move on.
Right? They should be crying or they should be complaining. But I think everywhere this case is held or is tried, I think justice should be applied equally. And this is what we want in Liberia, councils. We are fighting for a nation where justice is applied to everyone. Without
we probably need to move on because we need to cover other topics.
Okay, I was talking about
case and things like that. So I don't know.
Just 2 seconds. Tama.
Okay. Yeah.
Erase this tonight. Let's erase it from your mind. The laws are the same everywhere. We agree. But the situations in those counties are not the same. So don't think the way that people will think in Montserrat County will be the same way they will think in Grand Cru, they will think in no.
Are you saying or George in Lofa County? I mean, in
I'm not saying it. I'm talking about jury. I'm talking about jury. I'm talking about jurors. You're talking about jurors. Human being.
Okay.
Imagine you. Let's take for example. Imagine you, Tama. You are a member of let's say the CMC, and then you committed a crime, but the government that is in power is an ANC government. And then you, Tama, committed a crime against that government, and you do that.
You're getting feedback. Can you please mute? I don't know, somebody. Everyone, please mute.
We're doing this thing, man.
You're getting feedback from Chemegu. Yeah.
That me.
Oh, okay.
I in my office. No noise here.
All right, I think we okay. Now we don't have the feedback, so can we move on to the Cllr story, and then I don't know. Okay, we first just went. Okay, you still here? Maybe Emmanuel Josh, or maybe Jeff Chesson. Can we we'll start with Emmanuel Josh. Maybe we can do 1 or 2 minutes. Keep it a little bit brief.
I'm sorry. Yeah, that was a bad feedback, but thank you, Brother Jacob. We just want to tap into Cllr and that
I didn't know this is how your job was so hard. I've been struggling with it a lot.
I know, it's okay. Thank you. Everybody got to moderate sometime. They will be better for us all. But Councillor Lafayette Horatio Gould, we were having a conversation yesterday about Samuel 12 case. What's your view? And then we're talking about the Cllr. It's very important. These are some strange things happening in the country with all these different cases, and their appeals and their arguments. What's your overall view on the Samuel 12? Let's talk about Samuel 12 first.
Thank you. So, look, first and foremost, it's unfortunate in our country. We just borrowed the laws from the US and brought them and adopted them here and said we have laws. Imagine Liberia declaring independence in 1847, how the country looked at that time, and I look at now, several years later, how we look. Can you imagine how the country looked at the time they declared independence? It's a joke. But look, if you copy the laws of the US that we copy was intended for the national security sector to have a bit of independence so that it would do good by people. Unfortunately, I'm not saying that's what happened in this case, but I just want to touch all angles. Many times, successive governments have used the security sectors in this country to hide money and to use it as slush funds and just chop money. you will see the increase in the NSA budget year after year as though they're doing something. So you heard that they were going to audit the budget, NSA budget. They said, no, people can audit it next year. The same people, they increase the budget by so much millions. So it's very unfortunate. I believe there's something shady perhaps may have gone wrong. Unfortunately, because the way our laws are written, not that much that we can do, especially if the prosecution cannot prove that this money was used for other purposes other than security purpose, they would just go in circles. Look, if you read the excerpts from the Judy Bryant trial, my brother was the lead counsel. Judy Bryant went and said, the money you're talking about, I took the money. We took the money out. I'm not going to tell you what we took the money for. We used it for regional national security purposes. Finish. And that was the end of that case. Basically, other things happened, but basically, that was the end of the case. Unless the prosecution can say, no, you didn't use the money for national security. This is what you used it for. This is what you did it for. I'm not sure they have that kind of detailed information. Other than that, that place will be a place that successive government will use time and time again to siphon money and eat it. Now, when the United Party government was in power the first time, Madam Salih's son was there. You think it was by coincidence? So I don't think much of this trial. There has to be other trials. Or
do you think Senator going to walk? Everything you know about the NSA transaction and that of the legal argument here, you think he have a good case to walk, Senator?
If he opts, he's in a predicament. If he opts not to take it, he could be nailed by the judge, given all that we know. If he opts to take a jury trial, because of the overreach of government, and with all that explanation that he will provide, mind you, the jurors may not be as sophisticated as we are, they will still nail him. So I think there's a lot of work that the defense team will have to do. But in a true sense, if you following the law is, if the prosecution cannot show that he used the money other than national security purposes, then they're in big trouble. But we know how this case has been going. There's
Do you
been
think the case is more political than of the substance about the allegations? It's more political?
Yes,
okay.
I believe so. I believe that the government wants to make a statement on this case. And I'm not trying to shield any corruption here. Don't get me wrong. But I believe they will love to get a conviction on this so that they can stamp out a statement and say, we did this, because we have been criticizing them about the fight on corruption. So they have an opportunity. They will do all we can. And I believe now, former Minister.
My last question. If what you're saying is true, though, if what you are saying is true, what I say about this government moving forward now? If another government come in and follow the same line and bring that one up and lay him on the same condition, then it means that we get retribution over and over and over again. So as a responsible government, what would the government do?
That is the point. And some folks would not want to hear it, but that is exactly the circle that they want to take us in. Now, believe you me, if something happens and the past government were to come back to power, you can take it to the bank. Some of these guys will go to court. And that is the circle we're trying to avoid. It should be on substantive legal issues, and not just on the political matters for the proliferate.
Before I give this back to Jacob, who will conduct the rest of the show, the beautiful show, we say thank you. Come every day, man, whenever you can. We're learning something better from you than your cousin here. You know,
Yeah, right, yeah,
with this guy.
You would not bring no rift between me and my cousin. You would not do that one. You gotta try.
Well, let me ask you about the Cllr. They give us your overview on this Cllr Foundation back and forth. Well, I mean, what's your take?
Look, they request that, under Article 21H of the Constitution, where it protects someone from providing evidence against himself, is true. But there's an exception. If it is a business record that is involved into a criminal investigation, so to speak, and is in the hands of the adverse party, it can be subpoenaed. It happened in the Ellis Cummings case when we were ordered to produce the last copy of the CPP document. It is the law. So it is not a personal record that they're asking you to bring. It is not a personal record. Then it will be protected. Records of the books that you use for that institution can be subpoenaed. And I don't think the judge made any error as the law is written. Now, if you don't have it, you come, you don't need to run a file in terms of contempt with the court. You come and say, look, you asked me to provide this thing, I check, I can't find it. What are they gonna do? So, I mean, some of these things.
So you answer the question, what would the government do?
Nothing. It doesn't warrant you making all the noise. It is still a win for the defense. You can come and say you can't find it. What will say you to jail because you can't find it?
Ladies and gentlemen, we get our moderator in training, CMC Jacob Jala. It's up to you, sir. Let's do the closing round. A beautiful show. Thank you. I will sit back and watch you, Jacob. Thank you for all you do.
Closing round, right? So I close, right? And then we'll go around, or I'll just.
Yeah, close. You listen to the Samuel Twe argument. I mean, he took Samuel Twe's side. Claudia, he took the government side. Good argument, by the way. So close, then you can point to who all you want to close.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Jacob.
No. So on my part, yeah. So I think
Jacob, leader in lies. You can go first. You're doing you moderating. Let the guys go first. Come and say leader in lies. So
yeah, that's you got it right.
Jacob, unless you have Starlink though.
No, I do have Starlink. But we can carry on. Let's hear from Kev Hassan. Can we consider that Chemegu has okay, let Chemegu give his closing statement and then we'll go in our order.
Well, look, let me thank you, guys. It's unfortunate we don't have a female on the show tonight, but I see you most times have a good blend. I want to thank you for a wonderful exchange here tonight. I think the public count on this show, look forward to it every night. I would just urge all of us to try to lower the tone of the conversation in a way that it resonates with majority of the people, because unfortunately, most of our people, don't understand all that we talk. And for some of you folks in the diaspora, if you could, loosen out your tongue a bit so that the series is not too heavy, maybe it will work a lot for us. But I think these are wonderful discussions. I didn't take the side, CEO, I didn't take the side of anybody. I was interpreting what the law, I believe the law is. And I've also provided how that particular challenge can be surmounted. And I think instead of making a big deal of it, go back and tell the court what you have to tell the court and then the ball will be back into the court of the persecution. So that's the way you surmount some of those challenges. You know, when you have a legal matter, you're constantly shifting gears and maneuvering until you come to the end of the case. So I want to thank the Liberian people for listening and for your continuous expansion. We shouldn't give up on Liberia. One day we will have a good leader that will at least care for the people and do the things that matter instead of some of the mediocre things and that we're celebrating here. So thank you. Good night, folks.
Yes. So before we go, maybe one last question I wanted to ask before then I didn't quite have the time. So what do you think, when Stanton asked you, what do you think about the chances of the opposition in 2029 against the Unity Party?
Look, we gotta be realistic. You know, the Unity Party's biggest asset is Joseph Boyka. That's the biggest asset. And so they may want to string him along, so because it's the ace of cards. So they may want to string him along so that the opposition don't get a chance. He can still be beaten, but I mean, he's stronger than Kuhn, no doubt. Now, if the opposition sees the moment and come together, this government will be gone. If we are splintered and self-centered and don't pick an arrowhead and rally around it, and it's just for the sake of maybe second chance or those kind of things, I'm afraid that people will not buy into it, and then we could be on another 6 years again. But it's at this point 50-50 to me, depending on the variables that will interplay here.
Okay, let me ask a question to Councilor Gould as well. Having said that, though, is the reverse is true with the opposition. Now, if Joseph Boykai is seen as the ace as far as the ruling establishment is concerned, or Unity Party is concerned, could you say the same thing for the opposition, that George Weah is the ace and nothing happens outside of collaboration with the CDC? I mean, there'll be no political movement outside of collaboration with the CDC or having a model, an opposition model that does not include George Weah as an individual.
Well, when you make the question so long, you will confuse me.
I got lost in the question too. So make it brief. Let's see.
Yeah. The way you made the question long like that, now, maybe I need to start writing it or something. But if you were shortening the question, maybe I would get it. You are asking whether if George Weah not on the ticket, then the opposition can win.
More or less.
It depends on the scenario. If George Weah is not into politics, the country will not die. The country will continue to move. If he's actively involved into the politics of things, of course, George Weah is a major player. He will take his chunk of the thing, and it could offset the kind of results that we want. So you're not going to take that away from him. But if he supports someone, even from the sideline, that person could also be a formidable person. So he's a very important asset to the opposition as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was a good assessment. So, so we'll just keep the ball rolling. So we'll go to Kev.
Yeah, basically what Councilor Gould is saying, that Joseph Imam Boykai don't have that kind of power, that if he's not running, that he can make Gould stronger. No, he can't. If President we are not running, he can make somebody stronger.
Yes.
That's basically that's what he's saying. So Joseph Imam Boykai he don't have it in him. And without if you go back, without the Prince Johnson, Joseph Iman Boka cannot win election because he don't have enough. When it comes to CDC, right? President, we are starting on the 35% up. There's a baseline. They don't have it. So that's what consider. It's simple. It just
No,
just that
why you mean they don't have it? They do have a baseline number too. So
it's not they don't have that baseline number that you think that can make them formidable, can make Jose Iban Boka formidable. Yes, as compared maybe to an other party, yeah, but it's not that as compared to George Weah. It's not that as
okay.
compared to George Weah. That's what I'm and
So you think that you think everything you know now, you think that's going to be an opposition victory? That looks
the number
obvious to you,
show,
right?
yeah, the number show for the last polling. You understand? We in CDC, we need, and I use the word need, now want, and the ANC, the CMC, we need them. We need
Okay.
them because when you
All
look
right.
at the ANC, when you look at the ANC, you see quality of people that can move this country forward. You see a stronger, and not people who wear yellow suits and pass it around town. These are serious people from the ANC, very, very serious people. When you look
All
at
right.
the CMC, right, very, very serious people within the CMC. It's not people who passing around. Musa bringing 26 yellow machine alone. You will not see Musa passing around with yellow suit. So
Okay.
the opposition need to come together because lastly, Jacob, it was the
Yeah, I want to move to Conor Gray because he hasn't said anything since.
it was the opposition that came together in order to beat the CDC. It was the opposition. So it difficult for one party, but yes, the opposition will make Jose Imam Boka a one-time president.
Okay. So let's hear from Conor Gray. I mean, sorry, you coming at the end of the show, but we'll just give you a chance to close, but then you can say, you can share your thoughts on the key issue you think that's close to your heart.
Actually, I was enjoying in the vine listening to the counselor. Of course, congratulations, you are now being licensed to practice in front of the Honorable Supreme Court, and that is a very milestone movement. And of course, good day, everyone. And my brothers, when we talk somehow, we'll have to go back to the annals of history and check. Somebody has run alongside President Weah in the past. That guy is called Tubman. Did not win. In other words, what the guy is saying, any opposition without George Weah being on top of the ticket, there's no opposition. That's why he's trying to balance his word and bedazzling, meandering all in traffic and all so on and so forth. But let me say this. It'll be easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than Mr. Weah to run in the opposition as subordinate to anybody. So if the opposition wants a united opposition, start thinking about George Weah being at the top. Otherwise, any election void of Mr. Weah, there's no guarantee that his supporter will lean the other way. No guarantee. If anybody has the mind of a weasel or somebody who is a sandcutter, we look forward to that. Once people go there and see that main picture, they're not interested in that. Lots of people stayed home in the second rounds when Winston Tubman ran. Then people showed up at the ballot box. That's just how it is. Some people in this because of Mr. Weah. Void of him, no way, they're gone. So I think the incumbent stands a better chance because all they need to do is to tweak things and attract more people. So it's a math that people will have to go and solve. But let me jump on the issue of this, this what prejudice, is that the legal term, or subjudice? Yeah, my brother. Now let us look at the composition of the press in Montserrat, especially. Firstly, let me ask the council, this case that the government is trying to prove on the burning of the Capitol, whether by arson or whether by technical electrical means, the case the government is trying to prove is the case of the people, right? It's a people's case because it's criminal.
Yeah.
But how many Liberians know that they burned down their Capitol building? So the government is trying to look for who did the act. All the people know that their people, government trying to get them, as opposed to trying to get the actual individuals or the situation surrounding and the burning of the Capitol building. Most people just think it's government versus them. They don't know that it's them versus the accused. So I just want to make that clarification. But in this case, I think because they would prejudice the case, especially the press. In America, we got so many other means to stop people. Like we have besides the subjudice, we have gag order and all of these kind of things. They can stop you now to discuss the matter when in front of the judge. In the public, but you now have control over that. So I think to get the people to win this case, they have to move to a venue where the press will not influence the outcome of the case.
Okay, thank you.
So
Thank you.
correct me if
Thank
I'm
you,
wrong,
Colonel.
but I'm still a student.
Yeah.
Now the gentleman gone, so maybe Mr. Nelson can take over.
So,
I can see it's
Remy,
Let's
Remy, just before Nelson,
so please just take
just
over.
before Nelson come in, Remy, you have to understand that this trial is a trial that called for sequestration of the jury. So when you talk about media influence, how is it that the jurors that are sequestrated will be influenced by the media? How? From your own annual statement of
Good question.
annual media.
Good question.
Yeah. So they are sequestrated in one room. They don't have phones. They don't communicate outside world. Zero. They're in the mother's womb. They don't see nothing outside. That's how sequestration is. So how now does media coverage influence the decision? How when they come in from when they sequester their room to the courtroom and back?
Counsel, that is exactly the objective of the subjudice, right? But in this case, I don't know whether people are trained to that level. But thank you for that observation. That's how it's supposed to be. But is it going to be that way? That's why they want to obtain that. That's why they want to move the case in isolation.
But isn't that how it was in the first trial? It was sequestrated. Who leaves? But when I'm Remy, who leaves juror outside spinning around the place on a major trial like that? Who does that?
I don't know.
We had the Matilda Parker case. We had the Nisi Bauer case, the mercenary case. All of those jurors were sequestrated. Yeah, people tried to move. People tried to move to them. We disbanded them. We disbanded them. We found out a new jury, and we got conviction. So it can happen. Sometimes you don't get it right. Sometimes, yeah. So I mean, it's just a matter of that's the law. So you use the option, you take out the optics. I know you use the option, but the optics, you have the optics to deal with when you exercise. It's like a politician. You're running for public office and somebody insults you. Then you say you wanted the person to quote. The person say, oh, but the man, we let the man start carrying all the jail. But they will let the man buy the jail all. So, but it's a right to quote. Yeah, so that's it.
Thank you, Council. I think we're really running on time. I don't know how many persons haven't done their closing yet. It seems we lost Jacob due to his internet. Okay, so
But let me just
So
close one time.
let me just close quickly.
Yeah,
Let me
on the
just
flow,
close
let me just close
quickly.
one time.
So before I close, I just want to piggyback on what Remy said, or tried to insinuate that George Weah will not allow any opposition coalition without him on the head. I mean, that's crazy to say. Is troubling because you were here that His Excellency President George Weah submitted to go second to Winston Tubman. And secondly, the lie is that sedition did not stay away. It was a boycott protest. That's why the sedition did not go out to vote. Conversely,
In the
it is
run of
Bwaka who thinks that he must always be the head of any coalition. That's why you see he blackmailed Cummings because he wanted to ensure that he becomes head of the CPP. He destroyed the opposition coalition because he felt that there should be no opposition without he, Bwaka, selfishly becoming the head. So Bwaka is the one that carries that dictatorial tendency, even though he does not have the capacity to lead, but he thinks he must lead. And this is why you see we are into the mess we are in now. Look, the entire Unity Party government is a conglomeration of hardcore criminals and terrible liars who don't have the ability to run this country. And this is why you see we are going down the drain the way we're going when the whole entire legislature can get together, wear yellow, and leave the people's business to go to the people to go become yellow machine. This is a terrible governance that you guys have put us in. If you had allowed the opposition to be led by communists, maybe we would have had a better outcome of our country. To come about, let me just closer on the
because I think someone wants to come in because I think he got engagement.
Let me get closer on the Samuel Twer case. Samuel Twer has been accused of economic sabotage, theft of property, money laundering, criminal facilitation, and criminal conspiracy. All these allegations have elements that must be proven by the prosecution. And for all indication from the reports, from their statements made to the LACC and other places, from all indication, it's going to be almost impossible for the prosecution to prove the elements in all of these charges. And therefore, I can assure you again, as I said earlier, that Samuel D. Twer will walk free because this case does not have merit. It is squarely political because the Unity Party government is afraid of Samuel D. Twer, and so they want to put him away on political charges. But I can assure you that he will walk free. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. I also think Nelson also needs to go home. So can we just make our closing short so that we can end this as soon as possible? So Tamba?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Jacob.
People in America, man, and Jacob, man, let them wait for all that close.
Thank you, Jacob. I hope
we got a road to, so be quick.
I hope the council was not talking about some of the tech series, either myself or Russell speaking. So we have to try to perfect our colloquia. But let me just say, I was very impressed when the council.
And for everyone, I have we speak for everyone.
I know. Yeah, let me just conclude quickly, 10 seconds. When the councillor admitted and acknowledged that without a united opposition, they have no chance against President Joseph Jomo Boakai. And that's the truth. Look, the opposition wants to be a contender in the 2029 election. They have to begin to work together now. Other than that, a second term is a show for President Joseph Jomo Boakai. On the Twer issue, I have said it on the show here. Presidential immunity is not transferable, despite the former minister's present on the National Security Committee. Secondly, the NSA apparatus in Liberia has been used and abused by politicians to have money and to defraud this government for years. It has happened under previous former presidents, including Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, including George Manawia, and I hope it's not happening under this presidency of GMB. Look, let Cllr go to court. You know, he's been sent to court. Let the trial proceed. We shouldn't. I'm sure they're going to be able to justify. They will follow the money. It is all about money. Once you follow the money, you'll follow the truth. Look, Jacob, I'm going to stop there so Apple can chime in.
Thank you.
For being on the show. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, sure. So let's come back to Liberia. Councillor Gould.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So Tama, if your analogy is that honor Madam Eddie, they use the NSA as a missionary to steal. Honor George Weah, they use it to steal. So it's a pattern that this government also using it to steal, right?
No, I say I hope not. I didn't say
no. Oh, you say hope not, right? I say I hope not. I say I hope not. No, wait. I come in. You see, that's why we gotta be sincere to the discourse. The structure has not changed. The law NSA has not changed. The procedure on disbursing, giving money has not changed. So you will sit on this show and want to blame the other people, but you say no. I just hoping the other one that made this service to the people.
No, I have also seen that.
There have been no evidence. Hello, there have been no evidence.
I'm going to run. I have also seen that this president has held more people accountable. He's prosecuting more people for corruption. I have seen the judgment.
Can we protect?
Without discussing and prosecuting people, because this president said you're the first president to say you audit NSA. 2 weeks time you change it. So that's put that on one side. Yeah, don't do that in the all.
I gotta run the council.
But what I'm saying to you is, I don't know of any. I've not seen any evidence anywhere that somebody or officials of government have been using NSA to steal, because nobody have been, arrested. Nobody have been prosecuted. Nobody have been found guilty. Nobody, I would say, being convicted of that. So to just be making statements about you don't want to steal, you don't want to steal. It's unfair to the people who work in those areas. It's also unfair to the guys who currently work there. We can perceive a lot of things. We don't have the facts. Nothing to show. NSA is a classified, is a secret institution. What are you like all around the world? And that's why I said I will come back and move down to the Cllr case. Whatever money that Cllr, other people were spending, if the monies were spent on national security issue, they would not say anything other than it was spent on national security issue. They would not divulge any information. They will not tell you who they give it to. They will not tell you where they spend it. Nothing will tell you because it's a classified information. If the state has evidence, on the contrary, they still bring it forward. You can have a good case against them. So on the issue of the change of venue, let it be known the state has that right like any other party. And in other 10 cases that you ask, you see change of venue. In criminal cases, is the state that will always ask for change of venue because the prejudice is always against the state. They politicize things against the state. They make the state look so ugly to the extent that anybody you touch, it means that the state after you for so reason. Sometimes the way the state can conduct itself also can give people reason to believe, that they've been after somebody other than just all the politics. But it's always the optics is always against the state. So the public must know that the state has a right to ask for change of venue when the state believes that the trial would not be fair. So let us be fair to the discourse, guys. Liberians, for all of us, let us help the system. Let's make it better so we can enjoy it. You come in, practice law now. Jesse, get prepared. Be honest in your practice. That all. God bless you. Thank you.
I hope he presents himself as such, because he declining every day in terms of how he thinks.
Oh,
this Jesse man.
Yeah.
Somebody you can sound like you mentally derailed. But you're not representing the
No. Dr. George, please
So that you sound, Remy, like you mentally derailed.
No, we got it. Gentlemen, I beg you. We get into
this is what I'm
this was a beautiful discussion.
This is the reason I'm encouraging Stanton.
No, you show up and then
I'm encouraging Stanton and Nelson then to have one show that will only have on a Gray, Jesse, Waheniti, Wanaka, and the other gentlemen. They all come on the show just for one night. I like this exchange. It's entertaining. It's good for business. It's profitable. But ladies and gentlemen, let me just thank every one of you for the opportunity of being in your homes this evening. Thank you, Conor Gray, for being on the show. Councillor Gould, Wilfred Russell, Jacob Jala, and Jefferson Cherson, and Nelson for staying back this late. Look, we discussed several issues tonight. I will start with the issue of the celebration we had in Monrovia for the yellow machine. Let me congratulate the government of President Joseph Imam Borka for finally being able to exhibit and showcase 137, I believe, of this quote-unquote yellow machine. But let the public not be deceived. In May of 2024, a deputy minister, the Minister of State, with our portfolio, Madam Mamaka Bedete, at the national retreat, informed us that the government has secured and procured 185 yellow machines. That was a lie, because the very next week, the Minister of Information informed us, and I quote, my quotation is far away, so I don't want to take your time, inform us that government had not secured any yellow machine and the procurement progress was not in place. So the public became concerned about the level of lies that was coming from, first, the Ministry of State, and the countermeasure that came from the Ministry of Information. So what we witnessed today is a celebration of the fact that those of us who have the opportunity to speak to you every night here on Spoon FM and other radio stations in Liberia and journalists were able to follow the matter to prove that we're lied to. Initially, they told us that the entire 285 machines was going to cost the Liberian taxpayers $79 million. Only for us to come to 2025 to realize that this could be bought for $22 million. Someone wanted to steal over $50 million. And it is because of Network like Spoon and other radio stations in Liberia and newspaper outlets that you and myself was not subpoenaed of over $50 million. So yes, we agree and we are happy that there is celebration going on tonight and there's the parade of this machine. But we must not forget that someone wanted to steal $50 million. And up till today, there have not been any investigation. Nobody has been held responsible. Even the lie that was told at an international forum with the president of the Republic of Liberia in May of 2024, nobody has been held responsible for that. So yes, we agreed we want to celebrate, but we should also remember someone lied to us in May of 2024. Someone was planning to steal over $50 million from us. In as much as we celebrate this yellow machine, and I conclude, let us remember, in the term of Madam Erin Johnson Sirleaf, on the Tottenham Boulevard was situated tens of machines brought into this country for farmers. It was exhibited on Tottenham Boulevard in the first term of Madam Erin, I think the second term of Madam Erin Johnson Sirleaf, over $25 million worth of equipment given to us by the good people of Libya. Those equipment was on the watch of the current president, who was vice president of the Republic of Liberia. Today, we are struggling to account for majority of those equipments. So in as much as we want to celebrate your mission, we are extremely happy and excited about this whole exercise. We remember two things. One, someone wanted to steal $50 million from us. Two, We have had the same show before, and someone was not competent enough to maintain what we had. So our farmers are struggling because of this. Do have a wonderful night, but remember these two things I'm sharing with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Josh. With Russell, you in your yellow machine dress code today already, so let's hear.
No, this is not yellow though, bro. This is brown.
Oh, brown? It looks like yellow.
No, it's not. It's not yellow. Not by any means. I know Brother Nelson has to leave, so just make it quick. All I'll do is that, all of the points have been made already. I'll just again add my voice and emphatically plead with the government to enforce and embrace urban planning and urban development. Zoning is a critical part of development. The government must embrace zoning principles across the country. As I said earlier, I've been sounding this alarm for a very long time. I've written about it. You can check on Facebook, in the Observer, and also in Front Page Africa. I've written several articles about why it is critically important to embrace zoning principles across the country. Obviously, folks have not been listening. So a lot of the problems that we are having now with people building in alleyways and all of that is a result of our neglect to embrace these zoning principles. Not only embrace them, but we also have to enforce them. Charlesville is an up-and-coming suburb right outside of the Roberts International Airport. This is an opportunity. This is time for the government to go in there and lay out Charlesville. Zone it out, lay it out. Because in the next couple of years, you're going to see Charlesville is going to turn like the way Marshall has turned. Folks are also going to Roseville. I think the president went there recently and they built or opened something there or started something there. This is an opportunity now, again, to go out to Roseville before folks start going in out there and buying land and all of that. Zone it out, lay it out, and so folks can go in there and start purchasing land, or and so even if they own the land there already, so they can have these structures put in the right places, so when people do come in there to buy. So that's all I have to say, and that will be my closing. Thanks to all of those who've been watching and listening to us tonight, and to all my friends and colleagues here, and to you, Nelson. Thank you as well.
Thank you, Russell. Thanks, everyone. I think I will just, tomorrow again will be here or yet another issue. So I'll just leave it at that. Nelson, maybe you can pick it up from there and then bring to the end the show. Thanks everyone for following. Tomorrow show will be here again for another edition of.
But Jacob, did you do your closing? You were about to do it before the CEO said either.
I can do that. I had in mind something to say about the 2029 elections, actually, and for example, the chances of the opposition. And for me, I think if I can share my view on that, I find it difficult to think that, like, for example, the Unity Party is going to succeed in getting another term. And basically, I say that not only because of whether the Unity Party will perform or not perform at the end of the day. I think it has very little to do with that. And I think, like, for example, if you look at the kind of structure we have in this country, at least after the Civil War, one critical failure the political class or the political elite or those who run this country has failed on, at least over the last 20 years of democratic practice here, is the fact that we have not been able to build a productive, vibrant, and flourishing private sector. Now, because the private sector on the ground is very narrow, right? All of the struggle for economic participation, for economic opportunity, shift towards the public sector, government sector. And That's also the reason why you see the battle for political power in this country can be extremely rigid. It can be extremely tense because of that reason. So if the pathway for economic opportunity in any country becomes narrowed down to the government, you already know that the battle for political power is going to be intense, because those who, it's almost like a win-win. It's almost like winners take all situation. Yeah, that's one factor I always think about. Like, okay, Unity Party won the elections, as you see now. Unity Party and her alliance member party, Liberty Party, and others people are those who have now kind of centralized political power to their own advantage. And of course, now looking at other political players that are in opposition, try to squeeze them out, try to disadvantage them. I mean, we see action like some of the prosecutions are going on with the CDC. We can talk about the legal implications of that, but you can see politics into it. The idea is to contain the CDC, keep them on the back foot, weaken them so that they're not able to challenge the Unity Party at the polls to give them a run for their money. The same thing you see that will happen with the ANC. We see some of that going against even Musa ability, and some of the action government is taking to cripple his business, to weaken his brand. So because of that, winner take all situation, there is always a natural tendency for the opposition to coalesce and come and fight back. And if you look at the results of this going election, you can see that the voting population in this country is split right down the middle. The difference between the UP and the CDC was less than 1%. So it is a 50-50 split between the middle situation in the country. And with that kind of situation, and with the Unity Party still kind of like concentrating power between themselves, I think the broader part of the population, people who voted for the opposition, because I don't see any reason why people who voted for the opposition in 2023, 2-3 years ago, will change their mind now to go and vote for Unity Party. No. I don't see that happening. I still think the divide is getting thicker and thicker. And if the opposition continues to collaborate and continue to expand their network, I think they have a great chance of winning. And one of the things that made Ellen, for example, to gain a second-term election was because she was able to penetrate the opposition. Got the Secretary General of CDC on her side. Got even Councillor Bromsky and other people there, almost like virtually he didn't even run a campaign because we kind of supported Ellie and all of that. And George, we had to come second, and all of that. We saw the influence of Salif in that. So again, I see that to see one party to get 2-term year moving forward, especially the way these political parties are operating, the Unity Party, and some of that we saw that with the CDC. Is going to be like so difficult. And again, the economy is not expanding enough. People are not becoming more and more prosperous. So the ruling party is always going to have a very, very difficult chance of retaining power. So that will be my assessment for now.
Well, yes. I think everyone closed already, right?
Yes. So we're done for the night.
Yeah. So, Mr. Co-moderator, let me say thank you tonight. We appreciate you, and thanks to the entire team, Mr. Russell, Conor Gray, Dr. Josh, and Mr. Cherson. We appreciate all of you for being on tonight. We look forward to a great show tomorrow. Until then, have a good night, everyone. And to our audience as well, we want to say thanks to everyone. Those of you on radio listening from across the country, we appreciate you for being here with us. Whether you've been following on Spoon 107.5 FM, Fabric 101.1, or Super 95.5 FM, we appreciate you. Thanks to the Voice of Liberia, there's always relaying the show. We appreciate the team there, and a host of other radio stations across the country as well that most times relay the show even without telling us. We appreciate you for making sure that Spoon Talk can go around the country, across the country, and that Liberians can follow up on the discussion every step of the way. And I want to say thanks to all of you on our various social media handles as well for being here with us tonight. I see Samuel Samba, thank you for joining us. Ruth Goba, we appreciate you. Jurasin F. Wea, thank you for joining us tonight. Lucini Terawali, we appreciate you. Mickey Ward, thanks as well for joining us here tonight on the show. I see Philip Bala is here. Thank you, Mr. Bala. Lincoln Morris, thanks as well. Saladi Yalate, Mr. Yalate, it's been a while. Thanks as well for being here with us tonight. Serena Santi, Zias Carter Jr., we appreciate you. James Halawanga, thanks for being here with us tonight. Charles Delan, thank you as well, Charles, and congratulations to you. I understand you graduated from the University of Liberia, and congratulations to all of the folks graduating from the University of Liberia, or those of you who have graduated already, whether from the undergraduate program, the graduate program, the law school, and all of the different programs. I want to say congratulations to all of you. Ruben Tamba, a very good childhood friend of mine. You're graduating from the AME Doklati College of Medicine. Thanks. Let's say congratulations to you. Yes, the list goes on. Now I've put myself in problem, but congratulations to everyone. And yes, we wish you all the best as you continue your academic sojourn. Per Kumba, thanks for joining us. Charles Delan, I see Prince Bankwedu is here tonight. Fambole, Maxwell J. Fambole, thank you for being here tonight. Benjamin Akpa, we appreciate you. King Dosher, thank you for being here. I see Aiba Kamara has joined us. Thank you. Habaku Smith, John Fala, thank you. Patrick Bima, we appreciate you. Willemikan Willike, thank you for being here tonight. And the list goes on. We look forward to being here tomorrow. Until then, have a good night. Spoon Talk returns tomorrow. I'm Nelson Cllr. Bye-bye.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia.